Local Government in Scotland Act 2003, I have directed that this meeting will be conducted in such a manner as to allow remote attendance by elected members. In accordance with Section 50A of the Local Government Scotland Act 1973, the public are excluded from this meeting, as it is likely that if members of the public were present, there would be a real and substantial risk to public health due to infection or contamination with coronavirus. The meeting will also be live streamed via the council website. So I'll go straight on to Mr. Moody, Sedderant. Thank you, Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Provost. Provost Buchanan.
Present.
Deputy Provost Ritchie.
Present.
Councillor Aitchison.
Yeah.
Councillor Alexander.
Present.
Councillor Balfour.
Present.
Councillor Binney.
Present.
Councillor Bissett.
Present.
Councillor Black.
Present.
Councillor Blackwood.
Present.
Councillor Bowes.
Present.
Councillor Coleman.
Present.
Councillor Colley.
Present.
Councillor Coombs.
Present.
Councillor Flynn.
Present.
Councillor Garner.
Present.
Councillor Goldie.
Assume.
Councillor Grant.
Present.
Councillor Harris.
Present.
Councillor Hughes.
You were on mute, Gordon.
Sorry about that. Present.
Thank you. Councillor Kerr.
Yep.
Councillor McHugh.
Present.
Councillor McCluckie, I think, is just having some trouble joining us, but will do so present.
I'm in now. Here.
Oh, thank you,
Okay.
Councillor McCluckie. Councillor Meiklejohn.
Present. Present, Colin.
Thank you. Councillor Monroe.
Present.
Councillor Murtagh.
And Sharp.
Councillor Nicholl.
Present.
Councillor Nimmo.
Present.
Councillor Patrick.
Present.
Councillor Reid.
Present.
And Councillor Spears.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Moody. We now go to the declaration of for clarity. We'll read this out. Members should declare any financial and non-financial interest they have in any item of business at the meeting, identifying the relevant agenda item and the nature of the interest. Have we any declarations of interest at this time?
Yes.
Councillor Spears, thank you, sir. What's your interest?
I would declare an interest and withdraw from the conversation regarding the pensions item.
Could you maybe just clarify exactly what your interest is, sir?
Obviously, I believe the pension motion hasn't come forward.
No, but this is a declaration of interest at this time, Mr. Garner. Councillor Garner, sorry. When you declare an interest, it states what your interest is. Councillor Spears?
It's a non-pecuniary interest. I have a pension with a petroleum company.
Okay, thank you for that. Have we a declaration of interest at this time?
Provost,
Councillor
I'm getting-
Alexander?
I'm getting quite severe feedback. I don't know if anyone else is hearing that, but I'm getting everything double.
Well, maybe could ensure that all members are in mute while somebody's talking, just to see if that would help the situation.
Thank you.
Is it still as bad, Councillor Alexander? I'm speaking here.
Promise, it might be that Councillor Alexander's got two, so I don't know if he's kicking off his own one.
I just one. Yeah. Councillor Alexander, just to let you know that we're dealing with the situation at the moment, so we'll carry on. Is there any other declarations of interest at this time? Councillor Patrick.
Thank you, Provost. With reference to the motion which we're coming forward on regard to fossil fuels, I would like to declare an interest as a trustee in the Falkirk Pension Fund and also a pensioner within the fund.
Okay, thank you.
Provost,
Anybody
I'd like
else?
to do the same. Provost, I would like to
Councillor
do the
Blackwood.
same.
Yeah,
Same.
same. Yeah. Well, I think it's maybe opportune just to say that after discussion with the two group leaders at the pre-meeting, I've decided that that item and the last notice of motion submitted by Councillor Nimmo, both of them will be reserved to the executive. Okay.
Provost, can I ask, with regard to the motion referring to fossil fuels, can I ask whether in fact this motion is regarded as as being valid? I feel that it is a motion asking for action. However much I may respect the terms of the motion, there is a question in my mind as to whether in fact it is competent for the council to direct the investments of the pension fund.
Right. If you hold on, we'll bring Mr. Moody in just to clarify the situation. But as I stated previously, that item and the other notice of motion by Councillor Nimmo have been referred to the executive. Mr. Moody.
Yes, thank you, Provost. And I'm happy to confirm that I consider all notices of motion submitted to the council for the agenda to consider in particular the issue of competence. And I've looked at some care at the motion in relation to the climate change and the pension fund. And my view is that it's a carefully drafted and balanced motion, in particular in that it recognises the particular role of the Pensions Committee and the duty of that committee in considering the investment strategy of the pension fund. And what it does is not direct or seek to direct the Pensions Committee in the way that it carries out its investment strategy, but it adopts a position as council and then asks the Pensions Committee to take that into consideration. So the role of the Pensions Committee, I think, is appropriately and properly recognised within the terms of the motion, and on that basis, I would regard it as being a competent motion.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Moody. Any declarations of interest? Any further declarations of interest? Councillor Reid.
Yes, thank you, Provost. It's really a question not about the motion itself, but about the declarations of interest. Bearing in mind that several members, by virtue of being members, have chosen to be in the pension fund. I am also a recipient of the pension fund. Well, my own money I'm getting back, but that's beyond the point. Do we really have to declare an interest in this, or will the meeting be able to go ahead if we do so? There are so many people who have an interest in the pension fund.
Yeah. Mr. Moody will clarify.
Well, in the first instance, Provost, that's not an issue in front of this meeting because, as you've already determined, this will be an issue to go to the executive, and it can be considered at that stage. But my initial view would be that it would not be an interest which would require someone to withdraw from the meeting on the basis of the mere fact of being a member of the fund itself. But I'll take a firmer view on that in advance of the next executive meeting.
Thank you, Provost. Thank you, Mr. Moody.
Thank you. Who else? Right, was it Councillor Garner? Did you have your hand up?
Thanks, Provost. It was to touch on what Councillor Reid said there as well, regarding everybody pretty much here probably having some form of interest in it. But also just to touch on that, and I know Councillor Patrick came in with sort of a bit of a side on that, this matter. Given the interest this has already generated in this meeting, can I ask why it was actually deferred to the executive and not for the full council?
Well, it was after discussion with the two group leaders decided to refer it to the
Group leaders?
to the two group, the three who had a discussion. Okay, then we're going to move on. It's item 3 on the agenda, minutes and information bulletin. First one is item 3A, minute of meeting of Falkirk Council held on the 18th of May 2021. It's pages 6 to 15 on your agenda papers. Have we any questions arising from that meeting, or can we agree the minute?
Agreed.
Can we agree that?
Agreed.
Agreed. Okay, thank you very much.
Provost, with your permission, I don't know why my hand often gets missed in these.
Sorry.
Sorry, it was actually in the previous item I was trying to attract your attention, but it was essentially to ask under Standing Order 16.4 what Councillor Garner asked in terms of you said that there was a discussion in terms of then that's where decision is made, but actually I think Standing Order 16.4 does allow for an explanation as to why, and I think we're not asking for, I'm respecting your decision on this. Obviously it does make it the executive is a much less representative body, and also from a demographic point of view and many characteristic point of view, so it would be good to explain why it can't come to council given it's got the significance, so just to have a reason for that and what the reasoning was from the group leaders not to have it heard here. I would have liked the opportunity to input myself.
Okay, thanks for that. I'll just go to Mr. Moody again for clarification, but obviously this decision was taken unanimously, and we'll go to Mr. Moody just to clarify exactly the reasons. Thank you.
Provost, I think reflecting on the discussion at the group leaders meeting is, in the first place, the starting point is that the motion is already standing reserved to the executive. So it would only be by matter of exception that it was reserved within the council, and that would be for one of the reasons set out in the standing orders, which in first place are to do with exceptional circumstances which on the whole relate to time, and the other in relation to the implications of the motion for the whole of the council area, more in relation to subject matter. And as you say, following discussion with the group leaders, there was a degree of consensus that neither of those was engaged to a sufficient extent to require the motion to be reserved to the council, and on that basis you decided that it would be continuing to stand referred to the executive.
Okay, thank you. That takes us to item 3B.
Provost, the council leader has her hand up.
Provost, just very briefly, just to clarify so that members are clear, that I did have a preference that this came to council, and I did say that at the group leaders meeting.
You're on mute, Provost.
Thank you. Volume of minutes, volume 5, 2020-21. Any questions arising from the volume of minutes? Any questions? Can we agree the volume of minutes?
Agreed.
Agreed. Okay, thank you. That takes us to item 3C, the information bulletin, volume 5, 2020-21. Any questions arising from the information bulletin? Councillor Nimmo, if you could tell us the page, sir.
Yep, I will do, Provost. I've got a number of points here to raise, and I did give officers advance warning of what I was going to ask, so it should be pretty straightforward to get answers to the questions. The first one is page 6, At 3.1, the interim development plan scheme for 2021. I'm just wondering, obviously this isn't due to come into effect until 2022, as detailed in page 14. I'm just wondering if this is going to be held up even further due to COVID, and whether or not we're going to get an exact date next year when this is going to be implemented.
Mr. Duff, thank you.
Yep, thanks, Provost. Just to confirm, we don't understand that this delay has been caused by COVID. It's simply that the requirements to get the work done on the regulations and guidance that the Scottish Government have been working on. There's a number of different work streams that they're trying to pull together on this. So we don't have a date as yet for that to take place. We don't believe it's necessarily going to be so significant in its effect for our work on our own development plan, but we will factor that into our work plan.
Okay, thank you for that. Next question.
The next point, or the next points relate to page 35. I have a number of points here just for clarification, Provost. I'll deal with the development services ones first. Just by way of an explanation for the £15,000 funding contribution towards a PhD student for project work. I'm just wondering what that actually relates to and why we're part funding a student in this respect.
Okay, we'll take them one at a time. Mr. Duff, would you like to respond to that?
Happy to do that, Provost. It's the LHUM relates to local air quality monitoring, and it's work that we do in partnership with the NHS and with Scottish Government's air quality team. And the funding for this project has come through a relationship with Scottish Government. They're supplying the funds for that to take place. And it allows the student to undertake their work, but also we'll have the benefit of it in giving the data that helps us to understand any air quality monitoring issues that we need to attend to within our area. So it's beneficial to us without adding any cost to us.
Thanks, Douglas. The next point, Provost, in relation to the grant assessor for Falkirk Council. It's nearly £18,000 of value. I'm just wondering what this actually relates to.
Mr. Duff again, thank you, sir.
Again, Provost, thanks for that. But this relates to grant assessors that we had to bring in to support the delivery of the COVID business support grants. It was wholly funded by an administration grant that was given to us by the Scottish Government. Around 252,000 was granted to us for the administration of the close to 40 million of grants that were awarded to various businesses around the area. Obviously, we did rely substantially on our own business gateway advisors and sort of connected with our finance staff over the administration of these grants, but we did need to take on those two additional assessors.
Okay, thanks for the answer there, Douglas. And the last point for development services, Provost, in relation to the bulky uplift collection framework. I'm just wondering why we actually have to go out to contract for this. Why can't we do it in-house?
Mr. Duff.
Yeah, so we've seen a substantial increase in a number of requests for bulky goods uplift that arose from the change in charging policy that was introduced in the 2020-21 budget. And therefore that's adding additional pressure beyond the capacities of our existing workforces. And so we brought in an external contractor, FCC Environment, who do work for us in relation to the uplift of our food wastes. And so there's a compatibility there. And therefore we see that as a meaningful way to help deliver with the capacities that we have in the workforce. We do keep that under review as to whether we should look to do it ourselves, but in this instance, we believe it's most cost effective through that route.
Okay, thanks, Douglas. Provost, if I can move on to corporate and housing services now on the same page. there's 3 items here which I believe are all IT related, but it would have helped from the start if there'd been a bit more information provided regarding these items. The first one's in relation to the Aruba kit. Can we get an explanation as to what that is and why we're
Mr.
spending
Ritchie.
£4,000 on it?
Thank you. Mr. Ritchie?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Provost. Aruba kit is going to be used in the provision of wireless equipment for our primary schools.
Okay, thanks for that, Stuart. The next one is the purchase of the HPE network equipment. Again, it's probably computer related, but very little information there.
Yeah, thanks again through you, Provost. Again, Councillor Miller's correct. It is IT equipment, so it's new network equipment which will be used in new data centre at the foundry.
Okay, and the last point, Stuart, is the Nutanix frame licenses. Can we get a bit more information in relation to that? It's nearly £45,000 we're spending.
Thanks again through you, Provost. Again, it's a piece of IT equipment. So Nutanix is a type of server and it holds data in our system. So the licensing cost is for the use of the operating system that runs through the server.
Thanks, Stuart. My last point, Provost, is in relation to page 40. There's a contract there for development services to work on the Calendar Park nursery. I'm just looking for confirmation that this money is coming from the government with the ring fence funding for the childcare situation.
Thank you. Mr. Duff?
I believe that to be the case, that the contract would be funded through the early years budget allocation from government, but Mr. Naylor might be able to confirm for definite.
Fine. Mr.
Provost,
Naylor?
Provost, just to confirm what Mr. Duff has already said, yes, this is being funded from Scottish Government ring fence monies for early years expansion.
Thank you for that clarification.
And thanks very much, Provost. That's me finished. Thanks for your indulgence.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions in relation to the bulletin? Councillor Kerr?
Thanks, Provost. Like Councillor Nimmo, I circulated the questions to relevant departments. So I have the answers for some of them, but I think with regard to openness and transparency, these questions need to be asked in public. So I'll start off at page 34, Provost. Corporate housing. It's the one at the bottom, the one-off work, 250,000. That'll be for Stuart.
Yeah, thank you, Provost. So this is for one-off replacement of windows and doors, and it'll tide us over until such times as we've got our major contracts in place for our window and doors contracts, and members on the executive will have seen the award of contract notice coming through for that in the last couple of weeks or so.
Thank you.
Thanks for that, Stuart. The next question is for Stuart again on page 38 regarding the supported accommodation. I just want to know how many for the 6 months, how many young and vulnerable users do we help?
Yeah, through you, Provost, we've got about 400 customers who get support with tenancy sustainment, and about 129 or so residents within 3 contracted support accommodation units, and that's all wrapped up within that contract.
Right, thanks, Stuart. Page 43 for Stuart again. The hire of portable accommodation, £1 million. Would it not be cheaper for us to buy these rather than rent? Because after 4 years, we'll need them again, so they would be ours, we wouldn't need to hire them.
It's a good question that Councillor Kerr asks, and the reason that we hire them is, well, first of all, the value that's quoted as an estimated value. It's a call-off contract, so we won't spend up to that value if we don't need to. So again, I suppose it's about the portability of these units. They're not being used all the time, so we're not responsible for keeping them, moving them about, etc. So we've found over the years that we've gone from having our own welfare accommodation to actually finding it cheaper and more efficient and effective for us to hire the welfare units. And the value, as I say, that's included in there is not necessarily the value that we'll spend up to.
Thanks, Stuart. Page 45, Provost, is for Children's Services, for, well, I think maybe for Robert. The provision for secure care, 1.6 million. I just want to know how many children and young people does this cover? How many people is it for?
Mr. Naylor.
Provost Sarah Lacey is going to provide
ahead.
a response to that question.
Okay, thank you, Sarah.
Thank you, Provost. Last year, secure care was required to be used on 5 occasions, so it's this figure that's been used to inform the estimate. So secure care is required infrequently, and the need for it is unpredictable, but the value of the contract is based on that estimated, and the value reported covers the entire full term of the contract, including the extension option. So we don't necessarily expect to require to use secure on 5 occasions. It is unpredictable, though there is no set number of young people. Councillor Kerr.
Right, okay. Thanks very much, Sarah. The next question is for Development Services, page 47 and 48. It's about new house building, and I can take this, get the information offline, Douglas. I just think it's incredible that it works through at 202,000 a council house. If you pay that, if you pay your rent for 50 years, you still didn't make profit. So I'm quite happy to take that offline and get all the information regarding how we get that figure. But I just think it's a lot of money for to pay for a council house, 202,000. I don't think some of the big builders will cost them that, and we on the ground. But quite happy to take that offline, Douglas.
Thank you.
Through you, Provost, just to mention,
Yep.
I've sent on some information
Yep.
to Councillor Kerr and explained the basis of the costs that are incurred there, which relate to some of the site issues we've had to deal with, as well as design requirements.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thanks, Douglas. The next one is for yourself again, Douglas, page 48. Consultancy service, 2 million. How many people is this for? And would we no better being employing these people going forward if we're paying 500,000 annually?
Douglas.
Again, through you, Provost, and as Stuart mentioned earlier, it's a good question. It is something that we're having a look at, and with the intention to create the Invest Falkirk team, we're hopeful that we'll be able to attract and employ some of our own technical staff But what I would say is that we're likely to have an ongoing requirement of this type for specialist engineering in particular support. And it's a company, WSP, who we've used to support a number of the big infrastructure projects that relate to the TIF and other capital works that we're doing. And so we do rely on the specialist advice that they can offer to us for this type of work. It is a call-off contract, so it's not necessarily that we'll expend up to the full £2 million, but the provision for that is there. I've actually arranged to meet with the regional director to talk about this very point of how we can get some added value from the relationship that we have there.
Thanks for that, Douglas. Next one's probably Sarah. Page 49. Children's Services. That's fostering care 7 million. I just want to know how many children that covers.
Sarah.
Thank you, Provost. The contract value is based on our estimated spend based on previous year's requirements. So we used our average figure of 40 children and young people who would require external foster care provision.
Thanks, Sarah. Two more, Provost. Probably this is for Stuart. Page 52. Domestic furniture and white goods. That's £3.5 million. Annually, £890,000. How many homes does this furnish each year?
Yep, just through you, Provost. So this contract's covering three things. The first one is full refurbishment of properties. Second one is the turnover of temporary accommodation. The third one is purchase of white goods through the Scottish Welfare Fund. We've got roughly about 350 temporary properties. They'll turn over more than once in a year. So you're probably looking at upwards of 500 units that are being turned around over the course of a year. But as I say, this isn't just for the turnaround of properties. There's the Scottish Welfare Fund element as well as the full refurbishment element. We're maybe doing between 30 and 50 full refurbishments in a year. Hopefully, Councillor Kerr, that provides you with the information you're looking for.
Yes, thanks, Stuart. And the last question was about for Douglas. But I received the information from DOT regarding the TIF infrastructure for the Lorison Road improvement. I'm quite happy with the information that DOT gave us, Professor. Thank you very much. Thanks for the indulgence, colleagues.
Okay, thank you for your input. Any other questions in relation? Any other questions? None? Any other, see any other hands? Okay. Okay, then can we agree the information bulletin?
Agreed.
Thank you. I'd just like to say, thank you. I'd just like to say at this stage that it's really beneficial. Councillor Nimmo and Councillor Kerr both sent the questionnaires to officers, and it makes everybody more prepared to ensure that we get an answer during the meeting. So that's the way forward. Okay, that takes us to item 4 in your agenda, which is the role and action log, and it's pages 16 to 21. And I'll hand over to Mr. Moody. Thank you, Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Provost. And this item is for the information of members. It sets out the expected reports coming to the Council, and largely those are on today's agenda, particularly in relation to the HQ and Arts Centre, and also later in the agenda a report on equal pay, which relates to the first item on the rolling action log. Thank you, Provost.
Have we any questions? Thank you, Mr. Moody. Have we any questions in relation to the role and action log? Can we agree the role and action log?
Agreed.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. That takes us to item 5 in your agenda today. It's the Fire and Rescue Local Plan. The report initially will be by the Chief Executive. It's pages 22 to 45. And the Chief Executive will introduce the report, and then he'll pass on to Group Commander Brian Robertson of the Scottish Fire and Rescue Service, who will summarise the plan and take any questions from members. Okay, thank you, Chief Executive. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Provost, and good morning to all. This report presents the Fire and Rescue Local Plan for the Falkirk Council area for 2021. The plan is a requirement of the Fire Scotland Act 2005 and must be submitted to the relevant local authority for approval and reviewed every 3 years. The plan sets out priorities for the Falkirk area, how these will be taken forward in relevant targets, and this is all set out in the wider context of service transformation and a commitment to partnership working, and it proposes a number of changes. The achievement of the plan will be subject to oversight by the External Scrutiny Committee. And it is recommended, you'll note the recommendation is that the Council approves the plan. So I'll hand over to Brian Robertson now to introduce the plan and answer any questions. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Robertson, thank you.
So, as the Chief Executive's already stated,
Can you hear? Excuse me,
Brian,
Mr. Robertson.
sorry, my apologies.
Fine,
As
that's
the Chief,
fine.
thank you. Sorry, Provost.
Fine.
As the Chief Executive's already stated, this is a revised local plan that does fall in line with the revised strategic plan for the Scottish Fire and Rescue Service. This local plan for Falkirk sets out our ambitious targets and the priorities and objectives that we seek to achieve over the 3-year period. This is a very light touch review that I must say on the plan from the previous 2018 plan, which has been implemented very successfully over its duration. This light touch revision, as I say, is reflected in a different an amendment to the front cover in terms of our banding of and imagery round about Scottish Fire and Rescue Service. We've added this time an addition of a section for a forward statement from either the Chief Executive or Leader of the Council or Chair of Scrutiny panel, if so desired. We've introduced to reflect the change of the local senior officer that's taken place in the Falkirk area. And as a result of that, also the organisational updates. So you'll be aware that the local senior officer has changed from what was formerly David Lockhart in the 2018 plan to now David Sharp as the area commander. The national context has changed to reflect the updates, as I've said, that's held within the SFRS strategic plan. Within the local context for the plan, we've amended that to reflect the updated population figures over that period, and also to reflect the locality planning taking place with the wards for the Falkirk area. The local priorities, however, remain the same. However, what we have done in there is we've introduced unintentional harm as a priority, which is then pulling together all of our special service activity as a service to focus our services to mitigate the effects of unintentional harm across the local communities as much as possible. And that includes road safety and water safety. And finally, within that revision, the Contact Us section has had to be amended to reflect the change of the local senior officer. The scrutiny reports and the way we are measured against this plan and the targets that we have set will remain the same. So the performance outcomes that we report against with you at scrutiny will remain the same, and the reporting process will remain the same. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. I'm quite happy, Chief Exec, through the chair, to answer any questions that anybody may have. Thank you.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Provost. Good morning, Brian. Could we turn to page 37, please? And halfway down, we will improve domestic fire safety. Brian, can I ask you? There's a bit here that we actively participate in Falkirk community plan arrangement and support vulnerable members. My question is, as you are aware, the law changes in February with regards to the smoke alarms and the heat alarms. So Falkirk Council do have a lot of homeowners. I do understand that homeowners have got a duty to look after and maintain their own properties, but there's got to be vulnerable members in these homes that might not be fit to put smoke alarms in, heat alarms, etc. They might not have the money or the cost. Are we the fire rescue service reaching out to these people to make them aware of the changes and how yourselves can help?
Thank you,
Mr.
Councillor.
Robertson.
Oh, sorry, through you, Provost. Thanks, Councillor. Yes, very much. The change in this is obviously through Scottish Government, and we're very much as an organisation in a position to support Scottish Government in their messaging and their communication strategy around about this. So for a period of time before the pandemic, we started, because of the change in legislation, we were issuing leaflets to people and advertising it on our website and social media campaigns, etc. But where we were carrying out primarily our home fire safety programme, we were leafleting those that were home fire safety visits were being undertaken to make them aware of the changes, but at the same time working through the partnerships that within the local authority to further assist that communication. You'll be aware, though, that through the tolerable standards and what's required of local authorities, then that support primarily, is sitting in that responsibility. But aside that, as being part of that partnership, we are very much, for those that are identified as vulnerable within the community, Scottish Government have produced limited funding, I have to state, to supply the Scottish Fire and Rescue Service with linked alarms that meet that standard. So for homeowner occupiers, we are in a position where if we identify the vulnerable groups within the communities, we are in a position to fit detection to that standard. But that piece of information, as you and I have spoke about before, Councillor, that's been promoted across all platforms in terms of through the Scottish Government's communication strategy, through the frequently asked questions, through our website, through our local teams advertising it, and through the referral processes through our partnerships. So we're taking as many steps as possible to share that information so that the appropriate people who are eligible to be brought up to that standard are not, like you're saying yourself, in a position to do so themselves. But I think the Scottish Government's FAQs and information pages bring you back to the local authority and its primacy for that support. But we will be within that partnership offering that support. So hopefully that's been of some assistance, Councillor.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Provost.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Murtagh.
Thanks, Provost. And firstly, I would like to formally move the recommendation within the report that Council approves the fire and rescue plan for the Falkirk area. It was mentioned by Brian there. I think it's really important that we put on record our thanks to David Lockhart, who was an absolutely excellent servant to the Falkirk area, was really engaging in terms of with local members to explain the priorities within the plan, not just in a kind of paper format, but really in a practical basis. And I wish him well, and I'm sure we all do in his new appointment. But equally, whilst the pandemic has not afforded that same ability for elected members to get out on the various sites and to meet properly, I know that David Sharp will also follow well in those footsteps, and I'm sure we'll hopefully get back to some form of normality in relationships. I think that, you know, understanding the level of consultation there has been, and particularly emphasising on the community planning work that goes on in the background at all times, and how that integrates both with our services and the other emergency services and local organisations. I think that, you know, it does seem prudent that most of the recommendations follow on from previous planning assumptions and what was in the other plans. So I don't think there's a great deal in the plan which would cause any additional concern. I do think that obviously, and I think it's important as well that we put on record that the fire service have had a difficult year as well, in terms of, you know, with the pandemic, and it being excellent public servants throughout that, and perhaps maybe slightly less visible to other to the public in terms of what's going on. But I know that a lot of the work behind the scenes has been very challenging, and they have been right at the front line. So I'd like to put that on record also. And as I say, I think that the work that has been done previously within homes, and, you know, when we think about the fire service and we think about the obvious things, that attending the emergency you know, events, but we don't see necessarily so much of what is actually the core working in fire prevention. And I know that that's been a challenge as well, because obviously none of us being able to get into homes and get into educational things. So I think we're all itching for those opportunities again, but I think that's all contained very much within the plan. And I'm happy to move the recommendations in the report, and I think, you know, very much thank Brian for his contribution today also, and to take back to your colleagues our gratitude for the hard work that you all put in. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. Councillor Binney.
Yes, I'd like to ask a question, if you don't mind, to Mr. Robertson. Thank you very much for your fire and rescue local plan. It's very interesting. There's a lot of information here, and it's very informative as well. Regarding the local plan for Falkirk, because of the pandemic, everybody's been working differently. There's been a lot of people sort of working from home, and obviously there would need to be some adapting done there. With regard to your emergency services, can you maybe explain to me your level of service and the change that you had to make during the pandemic because of the difference, change of working in our communities? And I would like to know, has there been more emergencies? Has there been different sort of emergencies? And if you could maybe identify what the changes were within your service. Thank you.
No problem at all. Thank you for your question. Yes, so I'll do my best to navigate my way through that for you. So it has been a very difficult period for us, and I take very much the previous comments also by the councillor. We have had to adapt like every organisation, but what's been maintained throughout is obviously our ability to respond, and that became the primary function. And that was about us taking adaptation within our workplaces and implementing the suitable mitigation factors round about the pandemic to keep crew members safe, because obviously, at the end of the day, we have to climb on board what is a confined space and make a journey to an emergency call. So that within stations there was physical adaptations carried out so that shared spaces could become safe, and we were risk assessed and declared COVID secure both internally and by HSE, so that we could continue to deliver our service. And I'm absolutely delighted to say that in the Falkirk area, that has been maintained throughout. Through very challenging times, through the various waves of the pandemic, where the pressure has came on, our staff, both internally for responding in the job that they do, but also their behaviours outside of the workplace, so that they were able to continue that service delivery as much as possible. In terms of a prevention approach, it was very challenging, because ultimately, most of our home safety programme, our education support, our ability to hold events, to be able to demonstrate the consequences of actions and to make these changes round about behaviour, round about antisocial behaviour, etc. We normally do that face to face, and we've had to try and switch that on to the virtual world, similar to yourselves and what we're doing today. So there was streamlining of services at that point round about being able to use our web facilities as all, you know, organisations have, but to be able to continue that safety messaging. There was large investment in media campaign round about television adverts, but also radio sound bites. Social media became a you know, a really useful platform, which it always has been, but even more so over the pandemic, and similar for council services. We used that to promote because we've seen a change in behaviour. So in terms of operational activity, we did see an increase over the pandemic, but primarily that's because everybody, you know, if you can imagine, everybody that would be in a workplace and shared in an office are now working remotely at home. So everybody's cooking at home, everybody's having meals at home, everybody's consuming alcohol at home. Anybody with addictions are primarily doing things at home. So we did see a trend and a change in accidental dwelling fires, but also with restrictions for people's movement in terms of access to refuge sites, etc. You know, we've seen that increase in fly tipping, we've seen that increase in deliberate fires, we've seen an increase in secondary fires, which is as behaviours changed through lockdown, but also as they opened back up and started to use open spaces. And where we had fair weather and people not travelling abroad, we've got people, if you like, holidaying within the area. So we've got camping, we've got, you know, the use of barbecues, we've got people who are just behaving slightly differently from the norm. But that has seen a slight increase. But I have to be perfectly honest and say not to the point where that's reflected particularly badly in resulting, you know, injuries and any loss of life. We had to establish quite fundamentally a Make the Call campaign, which you might all be aware of, but unfortunately nationally, and it is reflected equally across the country, we have identified high risk groups, so people over the age of 50 that have underlying health conditions or mobility issues. Unfortunately, over the course of the pandemic, we have seen an increase in domestic fire fatalities as a result of that. So we targeted a specific Make the Call campaign that was widely, you know, advertised and implemented by the service to try and mitigate that. But these are things that we've had to change, you know, quite dynamically and quite quickly as an organisation. Where we are now and moving forward, through our home safety campaign, we were able to put procedures in place so that we could safely enter a vulnerable person's house and still conduct that safety visit. But you can imagine what was required about, you know, the sort of questionnaires before you go in, you know, ventilate the property, people in other rooms, and we've been speaking through open windows and from adjoining rooms, etc., to keep people safe, because we don't want to be, you know, we want to maintain our service delivery and we don't want infection rates spreading internally in the service, but we also don't want to be responsible for transmitting anything within the community. So we've had to be very clever and careful and measured about how we carry out that community engagement, but using technology. So a lot of things have been done online and virtually. So we've been promoting and supporting the education piece for those, for the kids that were receiving their online piece. We were able to engage with them there rather than in assembly halls. But obviously the logistics round about that is far more intense and takes up far more time. And as the tiers start to drop and we're becoming more normalised, if I would say, and hope for that in the future, we're in a position now where these services and some face-to-face are back up and running again. Obviously measured and carefully done, but we're starting to see the influence of that. And as we've come out of lockdown in the tiered system, and we've seen that change in behaviours again, and as a result, we're back to the start of that journey, and our operational activity is starting to trend similar to before the pandemic hit. So you know, there's a lot been done and there's been a lot learned, and I'm sure as an organisation, everybody in the call appreciates that. So there are elements that we will continue to use in the future to benefit those most at risk in the communities. I hope that helps answer your question.
Yes, thank you so much. That was very informative and it's incredible work that you do. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Colley, but first of all, is there a seconder for Councillor Murtaugh's motion?
Have to sign it, Councillor Provost.
Councillor Blackwood, right, fine. Councillor Colley.
Thank you. I am interested in the area around unintentional harm and injury, and I know from the national stats that in 1920 there was about 70,000 visits carried out and 23,000 smoke alarms. It's quite incredible the amount of work that has been done, and I actually had the pleasure of attending one of the Fire and Rescue CPD days around dementia. And the enthusiasm of the staff, and to learn as much as possible to be able to deliver fire safety as well as possible, I think is fantastic. I suppose my question is around a local target. Obviously, bearing in mind that there has had to be a reduction in the activity or activity done in a different way. Do you have a local target for the number of home safety visits you would plan to do? Obviously, smoke alarms are dependent on you can't really necessarily plan for that. It will depend on the individuals, but in terms of the number of fire safety visits.
So we don't set a target specifically for a number of visits to be achieved, because it's very much on demand. So we have fantastic referral pathways through our partnerships, and also any member of the public at any time, can make that contact with us to request a home safety visit. They are then risk rated, and when we target the most vulnerable out of that, because for people who are low and medium risk within that risk assessment process, there is advice that can be given that doesn't require a crew to attend their property to do so. But obviously, if they're lacking in detection or have fundamental or underpinning health situation that raises the risk profile, then very much then we will. So as a result of that, we set internally per community fire station and then per watch that is on duty, we set them a target to seek to achieve within their workload, but obviously depending on what emergency incidents are being received will dictate what time they have available, to do so. So unfortunately, it can lead to some frustrations within communities, because appointments are made and an appliance would be coming with a crew, and then they get mobilised to something, more significant that takes them away. And I accept that that's a frustration in the communities, but we will always revisit that person. It's never lost at that point in terms as an appointment. So we've found by trying to, if we were to produce a target, it's completely unknown whether it's achievable for us, which is one of the reasons why we've not set a specific figure. But what I would say is, on past performance, our expectation is that we should never be achieving less than what's been before. So over an annual period, I would fully expect the peaks and troughs to average out for us, that we should be at least be able to do the same again, because if we don't see that significant change in people's behaviours and we don't have Armageddon, then the service and what we attend should be following similar years' activity. So there's an expectation we would be able to do the same, but we don't set a specific target for that. What I would say, and you mentioned one of the events, that we hold, we train our crews to be very vigilant when we're in individuals' homes, and we're there for home fire safety, and the primacy is for fire, but they're very much aware of other conditions impacting on people or situations that they see. And through working through the partnerships, we've got very, very good pathways to refer people where we have any concern for anything that we see within the house. So, whether it be a need to go through social services, or it to be a matter raised with health, or it to be something raised with local authority around about the housing, the staff and the crews that attend are trained in all of that, and we've got a good history of being able to refer people on and signpost them to additional services, as yourself as an organisation and services do, retrospectively with us. So in the main, it's very productive and it works well. But to answer your question, we don't set a target on it, but we will achieve that as much as possible.
That's really helpful. Thank you, Brian. And I think and nobody would expect that it's certainly the appliances need to go where there's a fire. I think that would be quite expected. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go, before I go to Councillor McCluskey, I see his hand up. We'll go back to Councillor Blackwood, who seconded the motion. Have you want any input to this, or are you quite happy with what's happened and you've made the decision to second the recommendation?
Yeah, I was just put my hand up to second Councillor Mutter's recommendation, and just to say that this local plan should see the continued excellent service that the fire and rescue provide to our communities.
Fine. Thank you for that. Councillor McCluskey.
Hey, thanks, Provost, for letting me in, and a very important document this, and certainly in the 14 years is the best thing I've seen published from the fire service. Usually a lot of good work done with them, but sometimes it adds a lot of pages on. This is a very simplified version, easy to understand for us councillors and members of the public that read this. So it's a fantastic piece of work, and should give us a confidence in what's coming forward. The fire service has always been a pillar of confidence, and it's always perceived as doing really well, and it hasn't changed over the years. I just wish that the police, who try their best, but the perception sometimes are in their 60% of obviously confidence of their satisfaction in that, but the fire has always been up there at the top, and it's great to see. Maybe they should work collectively and try to get more parity between the two services, because all officers are obviously with the same intentions of making us feel safe. But what I do like to see about this report too is it brings the ward up to different areas, and we've obviously got the retained covering the Braes and Denny areas, and I've not heard for a time or seen any in this report to worry that some of the retained would fall, because obviously we rely on that, and up the Braes certainly for the Slamana one, just like the people doing in the Denny area will rely on the service there. But are we still managing to get the staffing levels with the retained service? I wonder if Brian could update me on that as a first question, please.
No problem. Thanks, Councillor. Yes, we've not experienced any, even through the pandemic, we've not experienced any drop off in terms of retention of staff within our retained cadre. We continue to recruit consistently over the piece, but only where through life and people maturing, getting older, life changes. So for our retained staff, it's very much they conduct two jobs, because the fire service is their second employer, and where we see changes in primary employment, or the reduction in their availability, or they get to the stage where they're carrying the pager, and that commitment to the local community, over a period of 20 and 30 and 40 years in some example, takes its toll, and they have to move on. So we continually have a recruitment campaign running for retained staff, to be able to bring them in and take them through the processes required to get to the point of a conditional offer, so that we can start the basic training, so that they can feed into that and cause as little impact as possible in a negative way. So we've not experienced that. Levels remain high, and our establishment is in the positive position that we're able to maintain our appliance availability. So as yet, I have no concerns over that continuing in the future. Strategically, we are reviewing our retained and volunteer duty system. We're in the process just now of harmonising the legacy 8 services terms and conditions, so that retained firefighters across the country are on the same T's and C's. But it's very much the focus that where we have retained service, that will be the position maintained moving forward. Thank you.
I appreciate it, Brian, for that update and the things going forward. my family, my friends, and many of my constituents have benefited from our lives getting saved by, obviously, your well-trained and but efficient part-time servicemen. So that is great. My last question is to do with cadets. We used to hear a lot of that. There was one of the opposition councillors who used to, who was in the fire board at the time, done a lot of work with the cadets, and obviously have we still got the cadets even though the pandemic, and can you give us an update with that, because the young people used to like working with officers in the stations, and if you have anything to add on that, please.
So we run quite a large youth delivery programme, councillor. We don't now run cadets as such. We have what is called the youth volunteer scheme. So this is about engaging in a programme with young people identified in the areas where they will be taken through, you know, a curriculum and a syllabus, and it's about life skills. Fire just happens to be, in fire safety, just happens to be one element within that, but the rest of it is about, you know, effective communication and planning and implementing and confidence and resilience and the attributes that we're looking for from our young people. So we have units which are opening up across the SFRS, and that planned rollout will include all areas of the country. Currently, there is one that operates within West Lothian, which obviously is not in the Falkirk area just now, but certainly for us as a local management team, our expectation is to have a unit and a unit coordinator up and running within the Falkirk area as the service expands the rollout of that youth volunteer scheme. But that doesn't mean that the youths within Falkirk are left behind, because whilst we wait on that, the community action team and the local authority liaison officers run youth delivery programs in terms of, you know, fire skills and I forget the title of the other course. We have the cool down crew, but we also have employability skills courses that we run. Now the pandemic has put them to one side, and they've been running of a version in a virtual environment, but it doesn't give the same impact and doesn't give the same outcomes. The same objectives aren't met. So as an interim, and to keep them invested in that, that support was going through, you know, the education piece. But what we very much want to do when we get to, you know, level 0 and beyond, as Scottish Government have been discussing, and where we end up with a vaccination programme in a place where we're able to do these face-to-face, we would be looking to bring these programmes back into the community fire stations and deliver that, so that we're giving these life skills to young people, and having that, you know, very crucial discussion about consequences and about our actions and about the best way to live our lives, you know, to engender the rest of the community and that safety approach. So they've not been left behind, but very much looking forward that there would be a youth volunteer scheme unit opening up in the future in the Falkirk area. So hopefully that's been some assistance of what we're doing and where it's going.
That is a fantastic piece of work, and I'm sure the 30 councillors will all be looking at maybe scrutiny in the future, getting an update, and hopefully rolling out in the Falkirk area, because we would love to see that for the youth, and learning even to put a fire out and what you do in that could save their lives and save others' lives. Thanks very much. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor, for your input. I believe Councillor Pat Reid had his hand up.
Yes, Provost, I'll try and be quick. We've given us a fairly good going over. Through a very close family relationship, I know the service very well, and the dedication of the men, and increasing the women of the service. Sometimes they see scenes that you and I would never wish to see in their lives. They see them regularly, and it can scar their lives. One thing I'm unsure about, Provost, is the time period covered by the plan. There's reference to 2021 and beyond, but beyond's a long time. Is it 21-23 or 21-22?
Mr. Robertson.
Thank you, Provost and Councillor. So, yeah, this is the plan is, it's a 3-year cycle for review. So you're absolutely correct in what you're saying. So this is going to run 21 to 23. The previous plan was 18 to 21, hence the revision at this juncture. And the plan would be that, and this falls in line with the Scottish Government's fire service framework, but also with our strategic plan as an organisation. So that review will then be taking place in 2023. Hopefully that helps.
It's just then what confuses me is page 33, where you speak about 2020 being in the future. You say by 2020, the number of 64 to 75-year-olds will have increased. Well, 2020 is past to take it, they have increased. I'm sorry to make a somewhat pedantic point, but I think that should be a referral to the past rather than the future.
I'll be honest and say that's the first that's been highlighted to us, so I very much take the point on board and we'll have a look at that.
Okay, that's it. Sorry to be a pen. On that last point, however, about the population rising, elderly population rising, I read in the papers at the weekend that the number of 75-year-olds is due to rise by 85% by 2035. I know you don't have a plan that looks that far forward, but I think that I take it you'll be anticipating those increases somewhere.
Very much. So the way that we are looking at that in terms of our strategy, so our strategic plan is trying to take on board what that what that change within the footprint of the local communities would look like in terms of, because ultimately people living longer, and trying to maintain independent lives also in their homes. But that risk assessment that I talked about earlier on that we undertake with people, that would obviously increase for people, because if we have mobility issues, if we have additional risks within the home through medication, through things that we're all aware of, airflow mattresses, emollient creams, oxygen, all of these things. So that's very much targeted towards our future strategy for prevention, and the biggest form of prevention is education, and you're never too old to learn, obviously, but it's about that support and that care package that would be required round about an individual with that independent lifestyle holding these risks. And that's where the partnership for us becomes very, very crucial. It fundamentally underpins that the conversation is not with a single service, it's shared across services, so that we can create that safe environment for somebody as much as possible. Inherently everything's safe until we put a human being into it. Buildings are perfectly safe, cars are perfectly safe. It's when we introduce humans, unfortunately, that we get poor judgment or mistakes being made. And that's where our strategies are going moving forward. To comment on your observation is very much an issue that we're aware of, and something that we'll be building our preventative plans roundabout in the future moving forward.
Just one final point, if I may, Provost. There's a reference to the non-white or minority ethnic groups and their vulnerability. Is there any statistical proof that they feel more vulnerable than those of us who are native?
So for our comment in the plan towards that, there's no figures, but what we do see is behavioural differences across of different backgrounds within the local community. So the manner in which people assemble in their house, the manner in which people, for various reasons, and under some religions also, the manner in which they cook and they choose to cook presents very different risk to what you might find from one house to the next. And that's what we're making comment to, that it's a recognition that it exists, and that there's an awareness of it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Provost.
Okay, thank you for your input, Councillor Reid. Now, is there any other questions for Mr. Robertson? Or can we just clarify, we have a motion to agree the recommendation moved by Councillor Murtagh, seconded by Councillor Blackwood. Have we agreed the recommendations in the motion?
Agreed.
Agreed. Okay, thank you very much. And could I say this, Mr. Robertson, that you were very, very informative in your responses, and I think everybody was listening most intently to the questions that came to you. So thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Provost, and thank you, Chief Executive, and all members. Thank you.
Okay, that takes us to item 6 on your agenda, which is exclusion of public. and I've got to ask the council to agree to exclude from the meeting the press and public for any part of discussion on the following item of business relating to information contained in Appendix 5 on the ground that it involves a likely disclosure of exempt information as defined in paragraph 6 and 9 of Part 1 of Schedule 7A to that Act. Can we agree to the exclusion of the public?
Agreed.
Agreed. Thank you very much. Yep. Councillor Meiklejohn.
Provost, my understanding is we were going to have a deputation.
Yeah, but we're coming to that. That was just for the item 6. That'll all be discussed in 1 minute's time. Thank you. Thank you. So that takes us on to item 7, which is the Council Headquarters and Arts Centre update, Town Centre site search. I'm going to pass you over to Mr. Moody, who's going to clarify the position regarding this item. Thank you, Mr. Moody.
Yes, thank you very much, Provost. And it's just to deal with some of the procedure associated with this item, which is perhaps more complex than would normally be the case in a standard council or committee report. So the first point has already been referred to by Councillor Meiklejohn, and as members will have seen in a supplementary agenda which was issued on Monday, there is a deputation request which has been made by Margaret Foy, who's the chair of the Falkirk Healthy High Street group. So the first item to be dealt with under this item will be to consider whether to hear the deputation, and if the answer is in the positive, to then proceed to hear the deputation, after which there will be an opportunity for members to ask questions. In relation to the presentation of the report itself, members will also have noted that there are confidential matters referred to in one of the appendices attached to the report, that is Appendix 5 of the report, and also in one of the background papers which has been made available to members, which is also referred to as Appendix 2. So given that there are confidential papers available with this report, to allow those to be discussed and for questions to be asked without disclosing that information, the Provost is proposing the following way to deal with the report. So in the first instance, Mr. Duff will present the report after the deputation. If the Council's decision is to hear the deputation, there'll be an opportunity for some questions to Mr. Duff on that public aspect of the report. The Council will then move into private session, which will allow Mr. Duff the opportunity to refer to any of the private aspects of the report, but perhaps more importantly, to allow members to ask questions in relation to those without disclosing that in a public session. Following that, the Council will move back into public session for the motion, any amendment and debate which follows on from that. So that's the broad proposal in the way this will be carried out. So the first question, Provost, is on whether the deputation should be heard.
Okay, you've heard Mr. Moody. I'm quite happy to move that the request for the deputation is heard. Is members in agreement?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Thank you. Margaret, you're representing the Healthy High Street group, and you have 10 minutes to make your presentation. Then there'll be an opportunity for members to ask any questions to your good self. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Just checking, you can hear me okay?
Hear you fine.
Okay, thank you for inviting me to speak today. You may be thinking I'm like a bad penny that keeps popping up at these meetings, but as you know, I represent the very passionate retailers who sit on the Healthy High Street group, and we would like to share our feedback with you today. A pivotal opportunity to transform Falkirk Town Centre lies before the Council's elected members. A decision in favour of the redevelopment of the Coburn Street High Street site to accommodate the combined headquarters and arts centre will stimulate growth, build confidence, create jobs, attract further external funding and help secure the future of Falkirk Town Centre. A go-forward instruction is essential from the Council's elected members today. This would signal to wavering businesses that Falkirk Town Centre is a place to continue to invest. It will also build confidence in both independent and national town centre businesses and, crucially, future investors. Many are watching the Council's deliberations closely, so what you decide will have far-reaching implications. Some elected members have expressed concerns about how long the Coburn Street site might take to deliver. The Falkirk Town Centre businesses that we represent do not share these concerns. Elected members of the Council and others will be aware that many town centre businesses have waited years for a day such as this, where the Council will help to lead the regeneration of the town. We are confident that the Coburn Street site will be able to happen relatively quickly. However, even if a full CPO process does prove necessary, the business community is content that it will be worth the wait for a transformational development such as this to be brought to fruition. Investment by the Council to deliver the headquarters and the Arts Centre at Coburn Street High Street will be positive for every resident in the Falkirk district. Replacing a long-standing and highly prominent eyesore with an inviting attraction for visitors to the area will kickstart this transformation. The existing municipal building site offers none of these benefits. Such a decision would have a very real adverse economic, financial and reputational impact for the Council and the wider Falkirk area. It is in no way a safe option. Losing the external funding that is being offered, denying the town centre of the investment and the footfall that it needs and deserves, and preventing use of the existing site for other value-added purposes. Locating the new headquarters on the municipal building site would be very short-sighted and simply leaves the Council stuck in the past. One of the key reasons the current site has not worked historically is because staff drive to the municipal buildings, go to work, then drive home. The same applies to those visiting for meetings. If you select the site for the headquarters, nothing will change. By moving to the High Street, staff will be encouraged to use the train, buses and alternative parking throughout the town centre, which is all within a 5 to 10 minute walk. By walking to your mode of transport, it creates the footfall throughout the town centre, which in turn supports the businesses. Now, please bear in mind there are over 2,500 car park spaces already in the town centre. Surely this is sufficient for a 200 workstation office. Both the Howgate and the Calendar Square already offer staff passes, and this could also be considered for headquarters staff. And bear in mind both car parks have the option to open late, which will support the Arts Centre. We must also consider encouraging residents and visitors to consider a more environmentally friendly way of accessing our town centres. The report refers to a green travel plan for access, which can be developed once this proposal moves forward. At this stage, I need to address the article that was published in the Falkirk Herald, which the business community finds staggering. Over the years, this initiative has been called a vanity project and the costs continually challenged. So to read the call yesterday for 2 sites is astonishing. Not only does this dilute the offer, it removes the daytime footfall, but will inevitably increase costs. The council officers have delivered a proposal that is under budget. It will repurpose a site that has been vacant for many years, and it is supported by the business community. We simply can't afford any more delays or additional costs by asking officers to go back to the design stage. The costs will clearly spiral if you're building 2 separate assets, not to mention the ongoing cost to run 2 buildings instead of 1. The council has found itself in a difficult position in recent years because of the amount of assets in the portfolio and the ongoing maintenance costs of such an asset base. The council realised it had to move forward with less assets, but ones that are fit for purpose, so suggesting 2 separate assets is a step away from this. Why would you want to have separate facilities? Staff do not need a parking space right outside their office. Are certain councillors so resistant to change they cannot share space? This amendment may be aimed at claiming victory or simply to stall for time, but either way, this is not the best way to spend public funds, and it makes us look like a laughing stock with external investors. We are due to make the correct decision. Instruct your officers today to proceed with the combined headquarters and arts centre on the Colburn Street High Street site. We've come a very long way together on this journey, so continue to work together to deliver a thriving town centre and an enduring positive future for Falkirk. I first spoke at these meetings in August 2018, so I will end with the same thought as I did then. Please remember why you wanted to be a councillor and do what is best for this town. Regardless of which administration delivers this project, when your time is up in council, walk away knowing your legacy was leaving the heart of this district in the shape for generations to come. It's time to act and move this forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Margaret. Thank you very much, Margaret, for your presentation. And now an opportunity for members to ask any questions of Margaret in relation to her presentation. Councillor McCluskey has got his hand up.
Yes, I'd like to ask Margaret. Margaret, what is your interest in that particular site? Because you haven't mentioned anything about any other site in Falkirk as to the regeneration or possibly grant funding or anything else. You have only mentioned 2 sites about the saying that staff don't need to park outside the buildings. Some staff do. I've got a blue badge, so I need to park outside my office, and I'm sure we've got staff and we hopefully eventually more staff disabled and working in workstations. And as I say, so parking is an important fact. But you haven't mentioned any of these sites. So why is it you're only mentioning the one particular site as to regenerate Falkirk? Would Calendar Business, would Calendar Park no would be another site in there, doesn't it?
I don't think Calendar
Margaret.
The table.
No, Calendar Park.
You know, we're talking about the site that is in the proposal. So for the last few years, there's been a number of sites debated, but the officers have done a great job narrowing this down. And in the report, it clearly defines why this site has been taken as the first choice. It is under budget. It's regenerating a site that has been derelict for as long as I can remember, and I've worked in the town over 20 years. And it is creating regeneration for the high street. I have absolutely no interest at all in this site. That's not who I work for, but my relies on the regeneration of the town centre. So the officers have looked at it and they have decided that this is the best site, which is why I'm referring to that site today. The bus station and the Calendar Square site at this stage do not seem to be on the table. And the reason I'm referring to the municipal bite is regarding the article in the Falkirk Herald yesterday. It does not work. It has never worked for us. And it is a missed opportunity if you continue to go back to the one that has been stuck in the past. Regarding car parking, as I mentioned, there is 2,500 car parking spaces in the town centre. There is a shopping centre right at the back of it that has ample disabled parking. We fully appreciate there will be certain members of staff who will require parking far closer to the headquarters, but we believe that is already in place. So we can use the existing parking that is there, and those that are able to walk slightly further can make use of the transport facilities that is literally on the doorstep. We are very well served in this area. Train station in Pullman, Camlin, Stennismuir, we have buses and we have ample parking in the town centre. So to actually knock this back based on the fact that we need a few disabled spaces right outside the office is very narrow-minded.
Convener, if I may ask another question. You mentioned about buses. The fact is there's a bus stop right outside the old clinic building, right in front of the, obviously, where the offices are. So it's a perfect place to get a bus. I didn't see where a bus goes up the high street.
The bus at Flint Riggs on Newmarket Street. So all you need to do is come off at Newmarket Street and walk
Also, if I may add, that you mentioned there about parking. Parking is paid for. You have to pay for your parking at the Howgate and ASDA and different other things. Staff presently, when they go to their office to work, have free car parking, have they not?
Okay,
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. What we're trying to do here is direct questions to Margaret. We're not going to open up the debate in a wider. It's just direct questions to Margaret in relation to her presentation. Councillor Meikle-John was next. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. And we must remember that Margaret's our guest today, and she's not here to be questioned or certainly not on trial. I think we just need to be a wee bit more respectful and thank her for coming along today. Margaret, I just wanted to maybe ask you to speak a wee bit about who is all a Healthy High Street represent, the kind of numbers and the experience of the jobs and the financial impact that's happened around the retail sector over the last couple of years.
So the Healthy High Street group was formed a few years ago because it was like-minded businesses in the town that were frustrated about the lack of investment and the lack of opportunities, and they decided to work together, both national and independent businesses, to try and do the best for the town centre. So we have a small group that meets on a regular basis, and they work as ambassadors to their neighbours out in the streets. So to give you some examples, that includes national businesses such as Boots and Wilco, and it represents independent businesses such as Calendar Pharmacy, Corbett the Jewellers, Scarlet Ribbons, Sisters Boutique, design agencies. So it also includes the Trinity Church. It's not just about retail. It has been incredibly tough pre the pandemic, but needless to say, even worse since. We are currently at 50% less footfall than what we had in 2019, which was pre-pandemic, and sales are in line with that. So businesses are dealing with half the amount of customers and half the amount of sales coming into the town. It was difficult enough before, it's even more difficult now. And sometimes I think that councillors think this is all about Falkirk Town Centre. This is not. It's not about saving businesses in the town centre. It's saving the livelihoods of residents and your constituents from across the district. The people who own the businesses in Falkirk Town Centre do not live in the town centre. They live in Bonnybridge, Bowness, Grangemouth, the Braes, Larbert. The people who work in the town centre come from all across the district. So this is not just about businesses failing in a town that will, without question, decline over the next few years until it might not be there. This is about jobs for everyone in the district, not just saving them, but creating more jobs, not for this generation, but for the next generation as well. And to stop the leakage that we currently have going to outlying areas such as Glasgow, Livingston, Dunfermline. We should be keeping that money in the town centre because it impacts everyone in the Falkirk district.
Thank you. Any other questions, Councillor Meikle-John?
Thank you, Provost.
Okay, Councillor Munro, I believe, was hand up next. Councillor Munro, any questions to Margaret?
Yes, thank you, Provost, and thank you for your presentation, Margaret. You said that we were looking at green travel and people should be able to walk the 5 or 10 minutes from car parks. Given that's true, you know, we have currently got a site of almost 9 acres in the HQ site, and the site that's been proposed is much smaller, less than 2 acres, and 100 yards from where the current site is, and therefore, you know, on that basis, it seems to me that we had an option to build something on the current site which would have opened it up and provided a very large public space. So why is it that you feel that a site which is much larger has huge potential and is only a 2-minute walk and provides the parking and the coach parking that the town needs if we're to have a theatre, isn't suitable? That puzzles me.
Councillor Munro, because for the last few years, the businesses have been telling you that the current site simply does not deliver for the town centre. The problem is staff and visitors go to the municipal buildings, they park, they walk into the office, then they get back in their car and they go home. We're not making this up. This is simply the fact. If you remove that and put the offices in the arts centre slap bang in the middle of the high street, they have no option but to walk up and down the high street. There can be parking nearby. There is already parking nearby. The site that you're currently on is prime for residential, which in turn would bring more people into the town centre. If this gets knocked back on the simple fact that councillors and staff need to have a car parking space right outside their office, I can only imagine the fallout that will come from that. This has to be about more than staff having a parking space outside their office. This is about creating a town centre for the future, protecting jobs and attracting a huge amount of investment that we have all heard that is out there, which will not be available if we build on the current site.
Okay. Okay, Councillor Monroe, any other questions?
Provost, could I get, and I can't see my hand
No.
up.
Well, I'll put your name down, Councillor Goldie, but
Right,
we've got
thanks,
Councillor
Provost.
we've got Councillor Nimmo next, but I'm just going back to Councillor Monroe. Have you any other questions from Margaret? Councillor Monroe, any other questions?
My only
You're mute.
concern.
It's no questions at this stage. Just any other questions?
No further questions.
Okay, thank you. There's going to be plenty of time to deliberate this and have a major overview when we come to the debating situation. But at the moment, it's only questions relating to Margaret's presentation. Councillor Nimmo.
Thanks very much, Provost. Just a quick point, and Margaret alluded to this in her presentation. To be perfectly honest, we're not in a position to know if the Coburn Street site is going to come under budget. There's been no formal exercise undertaken to arrive at a cost. So we need to bear that in mind.
Yeah, Councillor Nimmo, sorry to interrupt you. As I said to Councillor Monroe, there's going to be a real opportunity for a major debate. At this time, it's just questions to Margaret's presentation. Thank you, sir.
Well, the questions in relation to the funding that she alluded to in her presentation. Obviously, we're in the midst of a COVID pandemic. There's huge implications for the building sector. Now, like I said already, the cost of the Coburn site to develop could be a lot higher than the figure that's actually been published, but we don't know what that figure is actually going to be. I would just like to know what Margaret would like to say in relation to that.
Well, I think if you refer to the report, it's given it quite clear costings based on the information that is available to the officers that this will be the cheapest option to move forward. I do believe, since I'm not a council officer, that is one that you need to debate further with your council officers into the detail.
Okay.
Certainly will.
Thank you. We'll get Councillor Goldie, then Councillor Blackwood, then Councillor Flynn.
Yeah, I'd like to thank Margaret for her presentation. I've been involved in this since 1980. And then back in 1988, when we started to build the Calendar Square, and the plan was at that time that people would come in by bus to the bus station, go through Calendar Square, walk up the high street, do some shopping, and then go into the Howgate. And coming in the other way by car for that direction, you would park in the Howgate, go along the high street in the other direction, possibly go down Manor Street and streets like that. That was the great plan at the time, but unfortunately that never worked out. And it's obvious that we don't need two shopping centres in the high street. One thing I would like to say, Margaret, and it's not a criticism, it's people all have their own style. It doesn't bode well when you come before a council committee and have a wee side swipe at councillors, certain councillors.
Councillor Goldie, sorry. At this particular stage, we're only, Margaret's here just to ask questions about our presentation. Thank you, sir.
Just trying to assist both you and Margaret, Provost.
Thank you for your assistance in that. Councillor Blackwood, questions for
names in the presentation.
No, it's okay. Councillor Blackwood, any questions to Margaret in her presentation?
Yes, it's a question to the Provost. Margaret, what effect has the retail park had in the decline of the high street, and particularly with the closure of Marks and Spencer's and then moving down there?
It's destroyed the town. It's completely destroyed the town. The fact that the retail park was built so close to the town instead out of the Gateway site, and then the planning was changed to allow retail to go down there, was the start of the demise of the town centre. We all know that. We currently have other businesses who are national retailers that have a second site in the retail park who are just about to cancel their lease on us. So the fact that the retail park is so close has been the #1 reason that the town centre declined. But what is done, and we can't go back, and we can't keep referring to the retail park as the reason that we can't move forward. We have to look at the facts, we have to look at the information, and we have to look at the opportunities. And the only way to actually develop the town centre is to regenerate the high street. The one thing that we do have is a brilliant offer if we pull the two sites together. And it's about moving the links, bringing people further into the town centre, and then selling Falkirk as a destination, because together with the retail park and a regenerated high street, the town centre will be very strong. So what is done. Yes, it decimated the town, but this is the time to move forward.
Okay, thank you for that response to your question.
The reason I was asking the question was, and I witnessed it before the pandemic, and when the offices were full, many members of staff would walk down to the retail park before they go to High Street. So we're blaming the fact that the municipal buildings was off the High Street, and therefore the High Street wasn't regenerated by footfall. But the reality situation was people that did shop in Falkirk, they were going to the retail park rather than the High Street.
Okay, thank you for that. Hold on a second, please. We've got quite a number of people waiting to ask questions. As I say, there's going to be a long opportunity today to have a frank discussion and an open debate on this issue. At the moment, we're only asking questions to Margaret in relation to her presentation. And we're going to Councillor Jim Flynn next. Thank you, Councillor Flynn.
Thank you, Provost, and thank you, Margaret. I always, when I hear you always speak very eloquently and very passionately, so well done on that. Now, I was born in Camlin and I've lived in Falkirk all my life, so I've seen the evolution of and don't ask me what age I am, but the evolution of the high street, and it's changed. You know it's changed, and everybody knows it's changed. You do know as well that the dynamics of shopping have changed. But what I wanted to know are two questions, because there's other people waiting. What evidence have you got that myself or any other councillor or any other employee hasn't gone up to the high street at any other time of the day or night, evening that is, because let's face it, most people when they go to work, they've got families at home, they go to work, they have a shorter lunch break, and in the main, they tend to go back home and then do everything else separately. For example, last week I went up to Falkirk High Street twice, and the second question, which is equally relevant, and I understand where you're coming from. The retail park has had a big impact. You could actually argue that the town centre has slightly moved, but have you already objected to the very officers that you're talking about in administration about the proposed Westfield site, where if it goes ahead, they plan on inviting a big box B&Q type operation, which at the end of the day, people come and spend £1 million a week or a month in one of these places, it's less money coming to your town centre. I'll just leave it at that because there's other people waiting. Thanks, Margaret and Provost.
We'll take your first question, Councillor Flynn. The second question is in an area that's not relevant to this discussion at the moment.
Okay, Provost, thank you.
Thank you. First question, Margaret.
So the information that we have is based on the retailers' feedback. So we're all local people. We know many of the staff that work in the council. We know that many will walk up to Asda, get a sandwich and go back to the municipal buildings. But we know based on the amount of people going into the municipal buildings on a daily basis, not just staff, but people attending meetings, they are not coming up into the town in the numbers that we need to make a difference. Will certain staff walk up on the odd occasion? Probably. Have we seen some staff coming in and making the odd purchase? Yes. Is it enough staff to actually make a difference? No, because it is too easy to drive to the centre and go back again. If they were actually working on the high street, they would be coming out for lunch and visiting some of the shops on their lunch breaks or going back and forward to start their shift far more regularly than what they currently are. And this is based on feedback from the businesses.
Thank you for that response. It's Councillor Bowes, then Councillor Binney. Councillor Bowes, question to Margaret.
Thank you, Provost. Hello, Margaret. Simple, directly on your presentation, which I thought was first class. You mentioned the removal of retail floor space. Can you expand a little bit on what the removal of the retail floor space and how it will affect the high street?
Well, my understanding is the area we're talking to is about 74,000 square feet of brownfield. If this is replaced with a net zero carbon building, obviously that is going to attract a huge amount of external funding that we're not able to access if we go onto the current site. Taking that eyesore, I've been in the town over 20 years and that has laid derelict that amount of time. We have businesses, yes, that are already located there, but they took those leases at a different time. The high street was flourishing when they went down to those locations. We've already spoke to some of these businesses, and given the right support from Falkirk Council, they could relocate into a more central area of the town that would actually help drive their business. So we've already spoken to some and they're very positive about that. Removing that eyesore from the town, it's all about perception, it's all about maximising the use of space. What it will do, it will shrink the retail offer so that from Lintbriggs to Cownwind, everything is more centralised. It makes it easier to navigate for our elderly residents. It fills the vacant units that are currently there and been unable to let because we can centralise the businesses into a smaller area. It makes it a far stronger town centre offer. And when you're driving up West Bridge Street, instead of driving into a town centre and seeing an old 60s eyesore, it looks like the town centre is closed. It looks like nothing is happening. You would have a headquarters and an arts centre filled with busy pedestrians, and it would be a welcome to Falkirk and an inviting attraction for visitors. It would completely transform that end. Yes, of course, the other end of the high street also needs developed, but I believe they'll also be looking at that to see what other potential opportunities there are to develop the Calendar Square and the bus station over the next few years, which in itself is far easier to transform. And I don't know if there's any elected members here today that has a better idea on how to get rid of that eyesore at that end of the high street. But so far, in the over 20 years, nothing has came forward. This is the only option to deal with that building.
Okay.
Thank you, Margaret. The information from the business side in Falkirk High Street is always welcome at this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. It's Councillor Binney, followed by Councillor Reid, followed by Councillor Garner. Councillor Binney, thank you.
Yes.
Questions?
Hello, Margaret. Just to say thank you very much for your wonderful presentation there. And I can feel your passion for the town centre, and you're totally genuine because obviously you deal with people every day face to face. So you're listening from feedback from people, you're listening from feedback from the small businesses, and you're also listening from feedback from our residents of the town centre. And that's a group that we tend to ignore because there is a lot of people living in the town centre, and moving forward, there's going to be new developments in the town centre and there's going to be people living there. And also the consumers that come into the town centre. So can you tell me, if this didn't go ahead in the town centre, has there been conversations from all these groups of people, what they are saying about that, what they're actually saying about the town centre at the moment? Are they really feeling positive that there's going to be an investment in the town centre in one of these locations?
I mean, both from a customer and a business perspective, and it's not just about retailers, there's many businesses in the town centre. This is the only game in town. We have been hanging on for a decision on this for years. There is many small businesses who are hanging by a thread after the last 12 months, who need something to believe in that this town will move forward. From my own perspective in the Howgate, we have a number of national retailers whose leases are up in the next 6 months. We have been trying to stall them in negotiations, waiting on this decision. If this decision does not go through, they are going, they will walk. And at the end of the day, the town centre will only survive if we have businesses that are there to attract people in. And one by one, they are leaving. So if this does not go ahead, or if these services are split between two sites, I really fear that over the next few years, the town centre will decline to a state whereby we probably will not have a town centre anymore. So this is absolutely a lifeline. It is crucial to save jobs. It is crucial to save businesses. And there is a lot of investment there that if we don't take this, other councils will benefit from it. From a customer perspective, we speak to our customers regularly. A lot of our customers are quite elderly, and they want to have a town centre that really is at the heart of their community. A lot of people suffer from loneliness. There is more services, NHS services and different health services coming into the town centre. So it needs to be somewhere that is accessible for all and a one-stop shop. People don't want to be crossing busy roads. People want to come into the town centre and to be on a pedestrian high street where they can access everything. And that is council services, health services, business services. So we do have an ageing population, and I think we need to be looking at how we make our town centre fit for that, as well as the next generation coming through. But yeah, if this doesn't go ahead, I really fear that there will be a huge number of redundancies from the town centre over the next few years.
Okay, thank you for that response. We now have Councillor Reid, followed by Councillor Garner and Councillor Bissett. Councillor Reid, thank you. Questions at this time? Thank you.
Yes, it will be a question, Provost. Thanks, Margaret, for your presentation. I've just read the Herald article. It lacks detail, to be honest. What is going to be proposed, and I don't want to anticipate the debate, that's not what you're here for, but the library goes up the town centre, the arts centre goes up the town centre, the hub goes up the town centre with maybe 200 employees in it, and there's a small rump that will go down to the West Bank side. Are you saying that what's proposed is inadequate and everything should go up?
Absolutely. Everything has to go. It should be one business. The fact that these costs have been challenged for years, to now go back and ask for further costs to be put on to build two sites, ongoing maintenance costs, ongoing running costs, and more design costs. Really, I just don't understand it, because it's been challenged all the way. We want to have one unit because the people we're talking about, which is the residents, would rather have something in one building on one accessible high street.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you,
Okay,
Provost.
Councillor Garner and then Councillor Bissett. Thank you, Councillor Garner.
Thanks, Provost, and thanks, Margaret, for the presentation. And I just hope everybody has really listened to what you've been saying during the questions as well, because you've answered everyone extremely well. The question I've got for you, and can you see anything positive at all with decoupling the office and town hall, as you read in the Labour group's amendment within the Falkirk Herald?
No.
Thank you.
No, the answer is simply no. I don't understand the thought process behind it, and the answer is we need it to be on one site on the high street.
Okay, I think that's
I
clear enough.
love short, clear answers. Can I beat them?
Fine, thank you. Well, obviously, some of us are in a position where we hadn't seen the Falkirk Herald and just had got sight of the Labour amendment. So there'll be an opportunity for everybody, including myself, to have some say during the debate. Okay, it's now Councillor Bissett. Thank you, sir. Questions to Margaret on her presentation, sir?
Thank you, Provost, and thanks, Margaret, for that excellent presentation. Can I just ask, have you had any discussions with the council regarding parking in Howgate?
Yes, we have. Yes, they've already approached us and asked if there was a possibility of having passes for some staff in the Howgate, and we've said yes.
Okay, so you're here today speaking, but is that not a conflict of interest, the fact that you work for the Howgate?
No, because you raised the fact that I was working from the Howgate. I'm here as the chair of the Health at High Street group.
That's fine.
Okay, but just
okay,
just to disappear a bit of conflict of interest. So can I also ask? I mean, I've been in this building maybe 4 years, and I've never once had the businesses come down here to try and encourage staff to go up the high street. So can you tell me why businesses haven't been proactive in trying to encourage employees down here to come up the high street as part of a marketing plan?
Well, the businesses actively promote their businesses constantly through advertising, through social media. It's not the businesses' jobs to stand outside the municipal buildings with placards trying to encourage staff to go up the high street. Everyone knows where they are. The simple fact is, as humans, we're quite lazy. And if we could park in Marks and Spencer's, we would. So there's a natural barrier there, which is a main road. People, if they can get away with shopping online, or they can stay in their office and have lunch at the cafeteria, that is what we'll do. So we need to remove these hazards, and we need to put people into the high street to actually encourage them to walk past it. So yeah, the businesses have not been sitting on their backside waiting on the municipal building staff going up the high street. They have been doing everything in their power to survive. But if you make it easier for the staff to walk past the shops, I'm quite sure there will be impulse buys.
Okay,
and
thank
just
you.
for the record, I use the high street quite often from this building.
Okay, thank you. Okay then. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, we've had quite most members have asked questions. we'll be getting into debate shortly, but Councillor Hughes has his hand up for a while, so we'll take you as the last one before we have a comfort break before we start the business of the debate. Councillor Hughes. Questions?
Thank you, Provost.
Questions to Margaret.
And thank you, Margaret, for your presentation this morning. It was excellent. Can I just ask you, Edinburgh was at one time described as the Athens of the North. Do you believe that an ambitious Falkirk, through a new vision, could give inspiration to Central Scotland?
Absolutely, I do. I believe that we are at the heart of the Central Belt. For too long, we have leaked to Stirling, to Livingston, competitor. When I started 20 years in the town, we were the top town in Scotland, above Paisley. And unfortunately, the retail market has changed, but it's not about going back to the good old days of when we had every shop in the high street. It is about changing the high street so that we have more residential, more offices, more leisure, and we actually have a town centre that people want to be proud of. So the town centre doesn't have to go back to what it was, it has to change and move forward. And this proposal is the kickstart for that.
Okay, fine, thank you for
Margaret.
that. Margaret, that brings an end to the question time, because I say this and I'm quite sure that everybody is echo this. Your presentation was tremendous, but the way you handled yourself in terms of the questions that had came forward was absolutely superb as well. So you did your organisation proud. So thank you very much. So we'll let you leave, or you're going to sit in with the debate. At this particular stage, we're now at the back of 12 o'clock. It's 2 hours. We're going to have a 9-minute break, a comfort break. So members come back at 12:10. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Provost. And as you say, I'll attempt to be brief in summarising the content of the report and the approach that we've taken to preparing the information that we're presenting today to members. I'd like to say at the outset, just to recognise the work that's been put in by the team in getting to this point. There's a lot of information that has been produced and is underpinning this report, and particularly to Leslie Malkin, who's pulled together all the various strands of this, and the team that's been pulling together to get the information to this point. And maybe just to recognise the contribution that's been made through the Council of the Future boards that members have participated in, and hopefully this report does attend to all the issues that are of concern to members, and that they've got sufficient information to reach a decision. Because clearly it's a very important decision for the council, for the town, and it's important that it's given supported by as much information as you require. So the report does give an update on the progress of all this work, and it highlights the work that's taken place to identify a suitable site in the town centre. And in terms of its recommendations, we're asking that we note that work that's been taking place, note also the various appendices that we have supplied that have given some further detail, some of which has been mentioned as confidential, and I'll explain that later. But importantly in this, we're asking to agree to the selection of the High Street, Coburn Street site as the Council's preferred location for the HQ in that centre, and that we enter into further discussions with all affected interests at that site as part of a preparatory process of acquisition for their interests. We're also seeking approval for, in principle, to the use of a compulsory purchase order to assemble the site and commence those discussions with site owners, and that where necessary would bring a report back in September to seek formal approval for that compulsory purchase order. We ask that new funds that have been allocated to the Council this year under the Scottish Government's Place-Based Investment Fund of 1.39 million be allocated in support of the project to help with the acquisitions and other works necessary to progress this important scheme. So in terms of the overall approach to this matter, you will see we've
hark back to the decision that the council took in September last year, where it agreed to progress the project and that it put in place a number of related actions to offer staff accommodation over at Larbert and to prepare for the fit out at the Falkirk Stadium. And works have been taking place to progress that work. We also agreed the rundown of the municipal buildings, and there's a related report to this on the agenda. In terms of the town centre, we suggested that we should look to identify a suitable location in the town centre and that we should convene a workshop with the developers and landowners who may be interested in this scheme, and that was action following the meeting. So this report summarises all the various strands of activity that have been taking place from that point and tries to crystallise that into a basis for decision. In terms of the town centre and the town centre workshop, we had that session back in December. A number of elected members attended, along with a variety of developer and landowning interests in the town centre. And the report summarises the concerns that were raised coming from that session, that highlighted that the town centre is too much retail floor space. It does have potential to attract footfall, but it has been seeing a significant decline, particularly arising from the impact of COVID. There was strong interest in the proposition to deliver a scheme working with the council. It also noted the risks in attracting other investment, given the uncertainties at the present time. Importantly, the impression was given of a need to act now, that the council has to act to identify a suitable site, and that would be a trigger to regeneration. And that accords with work that's come through our relationship with the Town Centre Partnership and in the work that was undertaken in the business case that supported the decision back in September. And we've summarised in section 4.4 the main thrust of those points, which were that the location of the facility would be critical to getting the maximum impact for the town centre, that there is an overcapacity in retail floor space in the town centre and that we need to reduce and repurpose, that this type of activity has been working well elsewhere, particularly where cultural regeneration is embedded as an approach to that work, and that through that we can engender further resilience and confidence and help to as a catalyst to attracting new visitors, new investment, to stem the leakage of activity taking place at present. It highlighted that direct economic benefits could be achieved through jobs and further investment and business growth. So all of these benefits recognised in the work that's been done to date. What we had to do was appraise just what the extent of that regeneration might mean based on the various sites. And we held a session with Scottish Futures Trust. They've been supporting us through this exercise. And we looked at a set of success criteria and a basis for assessment of the various sites. And that work is summarised in Appendix 1 of the report, which looked that if we located this facility on a particular site, then what would it mean for the other sites in the town centre? And therefore, what actions would be necessary to benefit the town centre overall? And that work reinforced that while each of the sites has benefits in aiding the regeneration purpose, there is a particular risk with the municipal building site that it doesn't offer significant benefit to the town centre itself. And therefore, if the council wants to pursue a benefit for the regeneration of the town centre and the high street, it has to find another site. We went through a detailed site assessment process, and this work has been pursued in parallel with all the other work strands where we considered those sites that were suitable. Initially, we discounted the site at Bank Street and at Falkirk Grahamston because of the particular makeup and constraints on those sites. We also tested, in principle, a number of 5 sites based on the bus station, Meadow Street, Calendar Square, Marks and Spencer's in the Howgate, the Coburn High Street site, and the municipal building site. So these were the ones that were fully tested as part of the exercise. We engaged a company, MLA Architects, along with Hub East Central to assist that work, and we brought in other disciplines in support of that exercise. And that was used to firstly affirm that these sites could accommodate our requirements, and then consider in further detail what those might look like and what they would mean in terms of their capacity to deliver a successful scheme. Through that work, it became evident that the Marks and Spencer's and the Howgate sites were no longer possible to progress. In the situation of Marks and Spencer's, that unit was under offer, and therefore that took it out of the proposition. It also was recognised to have a limited frontage to the high street and would have a real constraint in its capacity to support the scheme. The Howgate also was discounted as it was too large a scheme and too complex to deliver to meet our purposes, and also that again it had a limited frontage to the high street. So we went on to examine a number of the sites in further detail, and the site assessment review goes into that in further depth. In particular, we entered into negotiations with a number of the site owners, and they're noted at para 4.17, Signet Properties for Calendar Square, Panther Properties in Derridon for the High Street Coburn Street site, Savills and Orlandi for the Marks and Spencer's Howgate, and Hannigan, Prime Helm, etc. for the bus station. As I say, we set aside Marks and Spencer's and Howgate. The details of ownerships are contained in Appendix 3 to the report, so that demonstrates the range of interest that each site accommodates. And we engaged the district valuer to assist us with site values, site assembly issues, and any subsequent alternative use valuations that we might need to consider in entering into negotiations. In coming up with the values and the costings, we also involved our planning staff. As mentioned, MLA Architects, who've produced high-level massing drawings. Some of these are shared in the documents that have been circulated. We engaged cost consultants, quantity surveyors, etc., to confirm the project delivery costs, and also demolition contractors to look at the particular issues that would be involved in demolishing the range of buildings on each of the sites. And all of that led to opinions of value that could be given by the district valuer in regards to the existing uses on each site, and also the redevelopment value that might be pursued. We sought to draw together this into a combined site appraisal, and the details of that are conveyed in Appendix 4 to the report. That sets out a range of factors about the impact it would have for town centre regeneration, accommodating the council's space requirements, the complexity of delivery and site assembly, and the costs, risks and timescales. And there's a scoring of these that's narrated in Appendix 4. Importantly, we had to look in detail at a number of particular issues around site acquisition and all the costs that would be associated there. The demolition and site clearance works had to take on board issues such as asbestos, boundary wall treatments, etc. So quite considerable depth has had to go into there. The site assembly issues, planning and off-site issues with the access, parking, as has been mentioned, and also the redevelopment costs that would be incurred. So all of that has been accommodated in this work. In the course of that, it has highlighted the issue of complexity of ownerships could be resolved through the use of compulsory purchase, and we've suggested that in the course of this work that it is likely to be necessary to ensure that we have clear title to our preferred site. and therefore in the report we give some detail about the process for undertaking a compulsory purchase. The summary table at 4.24 indicates the outcome of the combined site appraisal exercise. That's really there to affirm the intent and the recommendations that were given. It's not been the sole basis of recommending that this is the preferred site. That comes through the overall appraisal that has been undertaken and the various strands of work there. But the results of this do affirm that the recommended site that we're suggesting at High Street and Coburn Street has the attributes that are necessary for the council to move forward. It can accommodate our needs, it can contribute significantly to the regeneration of the High Street, and it can be delivered within the project budget. We suggest in the report the steps that we should put underway to acquire that site and to prepare for its delivery. And we suggest a timetable there whereby we could commence discussions with the owners, seek to acquire their interests where necessary, look to use the CPO powers to consolidate the site, and then progress to a stage 1 design and for a planning submission. We note that the CPO process could take up to 2 years to complete, but we are confident that that is realisable. We've looked at some of the issues that might be involved there with the various interests, and we are recognising that some, as we've heard earlier, may be keen and interested in moving sooner rather than later. So we have a relative degree of confidence that a CPO could be successful and could deliver a successful site. We've also noted the prospect of external funding being used to help deliver the scheme. We note the work that's taken place through the investment zone, where there is a proposal for support to be given to the Arts Centre feature as part of the investment zone work. That's on the basis that it will contribute significantly to the regeneration of the town centre, and will also add in the attraction of visitors to the area, adding to the complement of attractions that we presently have and concern from tourists who are looking for something that they can do in the evenings. So we estimate that around 6 million could come through the investment zone to support that scheme. We also note the establishment of the place-based investment funds by the government and an allocation of 1.39 million to us for this financial year. It'd be a challenge to spend that order of capital in this year, but we do think it could be done successfully if used for this project and to support the acquisitions that are necessary. And so we're suggesting that that should proceed. But meantime, we would also work up a programme for the place-based investment funds, as these monies are going to be available in future years and would be able to proceed as a programme across the council area. We suggest in project delivery terms that we should continue our relationship with Hub East Central. We are a partner in that organisation, and it is a successful route to procuring and establishing the means to deliver projects of this type, and therefore we ask that we continue with that work. In consultation, I've highlighted earlier the consultation that's taken place through Council of the Future Board, etc. And in the course of those discussions, it has been highlighted that we should make sure to fully involve the community and young people in how this project and how it progresses. It's firstly been important to know that we have a project, that we know where it's going to be delivered, and then we can start to involve people as to what it should look like, how it should operate, and what it means for the town. And I think that should be an important step forward once we're clear what's coming from today. The implications of the report are summarised in section 6. Clearly, it's significant in terms of the consequence for the council. The budget considerations being important and are summarised in the table in paragraph 6.1. And that compares the anticipated costs of delivery on each of the 4 sites, with a net project cost indicating that the site at Coburn Street, High Street, would have the optimal cost to the council at £38.9 million. We note that this would be contingent on the attraction of these external funds, as mentioned earlier, but we are confident that that can be forthcoming through the discussions we've had with the UK and Scottish Government, and that we should continue to work up that case with them. We've also made the point about the place-based funding being there to support the project. Importantly, the project can also enable the redevelopment of the municipal building site. In effect, it enables regeneration of two quite difficult and challenging sites and adds to the overall intent of regeneration for the town centre, and as a consequence delivers two successful regeneration schemes within the project budget. We do have a caveat to the financial implications, just to note that the costing exercise has been done based on the work that's been done to date, the inputs from the likes of the district valuer and our cost consultants, and we will need to do further more detailed work to confirm all the prices to be suggested. There's also details there in regard to the legal implications, particularly for the CPO. I've mentioned that we anticipate a timescale of around two years for delivery, and the process to progress there is summarised in that section of the report. But as noted, we do feel that that can be done successfully. It has been done successfully in other town centres, and we are confident that it could succeed in this instance. We note the risks associated with the project. Clearly, a project of this scale, it's important that these are properly attended to. We keep a risk matrix alongside this work as it progresses. There is that risk in relation to the acquisition process, but we feel there is mitigation there. But also there's a risk of not proceeding in a successful way, and maybe to hark to the comments that were given through the work prepared for this by Professor Lee Sparks and his comments, who reinforced the risks of not taking action to assist the town centre and the damage and further decline that can come. So therefore it is important that we do take a decision that allows the council to move forward. We also note the sustainability and environmental impact. So the intention of the council was to establish this as a net zero facility, and we are continuing our negotiations with the Scottish Futures Trust on how that could be progressed. We note also the removal of 74,000 square feet of vacant or underused floor space at the site, which therefore removes an eyesore and helps with the redevelopment of a brownfield site directly in the town centre, and with the attendant benefits in access and green travel. So in overall terms, the Provost, we have summarised the work that's taken place here, a very extensive set of work streams that's been pulled together to appraise the site options that are available to the council. We do believe that the High Street and Coburn Street site has the attributes that can fulfil the council's requirements, can benefit the town centre, as was mentioned earlier in the presentation from Healthy High Streets, and also can be delivered within the project budget. So we asked for approval that we proceed with that site in accordance with the recommendations in the report. I should say, as mentioned, that there are these confidential appendices, and we are happy to take any questions on those. Appendix 2 was a full report that was produced by MLA Architects. It was distributed separately by our governance team, and that goes into some detail in terms of the approach to delivering on each site. That also led to the production of the Appendix 5, which has the cost information for delivery on each site and its consequence for the council budget. And again, we'd be happy to go into any details regarding that. We do have Leslie Malkins on the call, and also Pete Reed's joined us from the perspective of the town centre interests. But we are happy to, as we go into private session, take any questions on the private details of the report that's been supplied.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Duff. Mr. Duff just summarised the public element of that report, and there'll be an opportunity, as he says, to ask questions on part of this report. Then we go into the private session, live streaming recording will be stopped. Then Mr. Duff will then summarise the pink appendix, and members will have an opportunity to ask questions in this. Then we'll go back to public session. Live streaming recording will resume for the debate. And to remind members that they cannot discuss in this public session anything contained in Appendix 5 or the papers referred to as Appendix 2, which aren't included. Is everybody understanding of this? So at this particular stage, it's an opportunity now to ask questions on this part of the report to Mr. Duff. The opportunity for the major debate will be when we go back into public session after Mr. Duff has given us a summary of the pink appendix. So at this stage, I would ask members, please, if they would just ask questions on part of the public element of the report just given by Mr. Duff. So I'm going to open it up now for questions. Did Alan Nimmo have his hand up there? Councillor Nimmo? Councillor Nimmo, then Councillor Grant. Thank you.
I have a question for Douglas. Douglas, just in relation to this project in general and how you see it helping to regenerate the high street and the town centre in general, how do you see this project, if successful, how do you see it impacting on online shopping? Because it's online shopping that's the demise of all high streets and town centres right across Scotland.
Thank you, Douglas.
Through you, Provost, I mean, the internet will have its effect. I mean, I think we're probably getting to, you know, close to peak internet shopping. I mean, it certainly has taken, you know, significant impact through the pandemic. And therefore, I think the challenge here is actually to repurpose. What we're talking about for the town centre is that its retailing has to shrink, it has to refocus and sharpen its approach to meet the needs of customers for the future, and it needs to introduce new uses. And fundamental to that is the change that we would effect in removing almost 80,000 square feet of retail from the town centre, bring in a new set of purposes, civic, arts, the information hub, the library, and that those visitors will come to the centre for other things. And they will look to, they may look to stay over, they may look to have meals, coffees, and that kind of thing, as well as browse in some of the local shops. And so you could see through that, and it's evidenced elsewhere, that different types of retail are offered. And the type that isn't readily available on the internet, the kind of craft offer, the kind of specialist niche opportunities that can be provided where people want to browse. And we've seen that in cities and towns up and down the country. What we're saying is that that's what's possible to achieve here.
Thanks for that, Douglas. Provost, I've just got another quick couple of points if I can boil them in. You mentioned, Douglas, about the anticipated delivery costs. Now, obviously, as far as I'm aware, there's not any formal plans in relation to the site, so you don't know, obviously, what the exact costs are going to be. With the COVID situation and the increased construction costs, how much have you taken into account regarding this on the possible building?
Douglas?
So, yep, again, Provost, we've undertaken it based on current prices. So that was at the time that the work was being done. So the costing work has taken place relatively recently, you know, certainly at the start of this calendar year. Some of the pricing that has been taking place has been, you know, the price increases has been significant in recent weeks. We've seen the combination of the effect of the pandemic, Brexit's a noted pressure, and also the issues of trade coming through from the Pacific. And therefore, there is quite a bit of variability and cost pressure in the construction sector. We would need to do that further work when it comes to coming up with further detail on a scheme and on the cost pricing at that stage. So I would say we've built it on what we know currently, but obviously there has been change in recent weeks that we would need to factor into a further update.
Right, so it could very well be over budget at the end of the day, Douglas, but you just don't know at this point in time.
We don't know. I mean, what I would say is there's a lot of volatility in the market at the present time over prices, and I think a recognition that things need to settle. But I would think there's a likelihood that things will settle at a higher price, just given the way that things have gone. But we don't know that for certain just now, and therefore we'll need to bring it back.
Okay, just my final point, Wallace, just in relation to the CPO process, Douglas, what happens if we're unsuccessful with them?
Well, again, through you, Provost, we would look to pursue the CPO as far as possible, and I think we would have a strong degree of confidence that that would be successful. And we'd need to look to what that would mean in terms of the interests that were gathered together and how that would affect the scheme's delivery. But the CPO powers are being promoted by the Scottish Government for town centre regeneration purposes. That is one of the principles that's embodied in their policy priorities. They've done a recent review of CPO work. Our work in Denny and Stennismuir was used as a case study and sort of a best practice case study to demonstrate how that tool can be used in support of town centre regeneration. So we would have a fair degree of confidence that this could be delivered through that route.
Thanks, Provost.
No, thanks for your questions, and that's what it is at this stage. Councillor Grant, followed by Councillor Spears, and then Councillor Alexander. Councillor Grant, sir.
Thank you, Provost. Douglas, it's back to costing again. If you could just give us an answer here, please. On the municipal buildings, we're not getting external funding, and to which he explained why. Could you answer on the Labour amendment that they proposed to build HQ in the municipal buildings and that centre in Coburn Street? Would that get funding?
Councillor Grant, sorry. I think that what the Labour amendment hasn't been put forward yet. It's only a document that we've got. If you want to refer to Douglas and a question taken away for that issue, if you follow my meaning. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, that's fine, Provost. Okay, I'll leave it to later, Provost. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. It's questions only in relation to the summary of the report by Mr. Duff, and we're heading for Councillor Spears. Councillor Spears.
Thank you. And thanks, Margaret. Before I tremendous today, I did get a question, but didn't come forward. Pete to explain the football to heritage culture. This is going forward. We need redesign and recreate culture.
Fine. I'll go to Mr. Duff. Mr. Duff, in relation to your summary of the question getting put forward by Councillor Spears, asking Mr. Reid, do you want to come in on that question, or we're going to put that back to when the debate takes place?
I think probably pass it to Pete Reid just to give a commentary on what this might mean for visitors being attracted to the town centre and its tourism effects.
Okay, I think Councillor Spears will be happy with that. Mr. Reid. Pete?
Thank you, Provost. Through you, I would just confirm that we do have and have been able to establish that there is demands for tourism type uses within the town centre. That also includes a demand within a continuing demand within the tourism and hospitality sector, especially within the hotel sector, where Falkirk Town Centre continues to remain on the investment lists of certain brands, that despite COVID. So the repurposing of the town centre is important in sending out a confident message. The investment that we're seeing in and around the town centre, specifically the investment being made by Ian MacLeod Distillers at Rosebank, visitors to the Wheel, visitors to the Kelpies, there's almost like a donut effect that takes place. The investment that's happening on our canals, these are all significant tourism, national and international attractions, and our investment are being made by businesses in that regard. So the town centre really hasn't been in the position where it's stepped up to the mark in terms of its offering. We have tried to address that in terms of the investment that we made through the Townscape Heritage Initiative, the protection of our heritage and our buildings, which we've had very positive feedback on and is attractive for visitors that do come into the town centre. But I think the repurposing of the town centre, the reduction of retail footfall and bringing in other uses will all help and assist with supporting footfall over and above the day-to-day visitors that also use the town centre and use our facilities. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you, Mr. Reid. It's now an opportunity for a question from Councillor Alexander. Councillor Alexander, you got a question for Mr. Duff regarding his submission? You're mute, Councillor Alexander.
Right, is that better? Yes.
That's fine, thank you, sir. Question for Mr. Duff.
Yes, I'd like to ask Douglas, the approach that's been taken by Falkirk in this particular instance, the proposal have they been tested elsewhere? Any other shopping centres or town centres benefited in the way that the Falkirk would under these circumstances?
Douglas?
Absolutely, and Provost, we've looked at a number of instances where schemes of this type have proceeded in other towns. There has been, quite a number of examples around the country, in Perth, in Paisley, in Aberdeen, and down south. We saw during the course of some of the work that's taken place in towns like Stockton, that are promoting cultural regeneration, and that they intend this type of project to help to repurpose their town centre. So there are a number of examples that we've seen, and it's a fairly well-trodden path that helps to gain that repurpose and also attract in other visitors. And I think the important point Pete mentioned earlier about the benefit that can give for tourism, we have an acknowledged gap in our range of attractions in the area that this would add to.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Now an opportunity for Councillor McCluckie, followed by Councillor Munro. Councillor McCluckie, question?
Got a number of questions. The first one is, Douglas, you mentioned there the towns like Aberdeen and Perth, are they no cities? So, and I don't think there are many jobs up in Aberdeen. That's why all the money come up from London, did it know, to try to get the jobs filled. So that was my first question.
Right, we'll take them one at a time. Douglas?
They may be cities, but they're not much bigger than us, Sean. Actually, as towns, they're not so significantly bigger that says that the approach needs to be that different. And they're dealing with the same issues we have. Their town centres, their city centres have been declining as a consequence of internet shopping, as we've noted. The pandemic had an effect. The crash in 2008 had an effect. So this is a well-trodden path for towns and cities up and down the country. And what we've seen in other places is that this is a way of going about it. And importantly, removing underused retail helps to sharpen up the focus of the retail that remains, as well as getting rid of the eyesores, the underused floor space that can be put to better purpose. So I think, as we're saying, this is a fairly well-trodden path, but that this actually complements the approach that we've been taking here.
Thank you. Next. Yeah.
No, I've got other questions. The other one was obviously, it was mentioned, obviously, a woman made a presentation earlier on, Margaret, and said that there's shops ready to pull out the now. Now, you ventured, you're saying the now, under your proposal, it would take at least 2 years to compulsory purchase, and then you've got to knock it down after that, and then you would need to rebuild. So we're talking some years away. In the meantime, as we've heard reports from Pete before, that shopping changes online has made a major difference to every town in the country. And we see regularly on the news all these different high streets that are getting boarded up and that throughout the country. So how will this help when the answer seems to be 3 years away, and we've got the issue online shopping that obviously needs resolved? Or, well, how do you resolve it? Because to me it's gone.
Douglas?
Online shopping's a reality. We just have to live with it. That's the way that the world works these days. But what we are recognising is that, and it came off the back of COVID, and I don't know how many members will have had sight of the work that Lee Sparks gave for us on the experience around town centres and all around the country, is that the successful town centres are those that are repurposing, that they reflect the needs of their communities and they channel that into successful ventures, different propositions, a lot of them culturally based. They also repurpose the retail to give that better focus on the kind of niche operations that people want. I think the important thing we heard from the workshops that we had from the developers, and Margaret has reinforced it this morning, is that the council's decision is critical to how this moves ahead, because others are looking to make decisions about what they do. And dependent on what we do, they will choose either to stay, to invest, to grow, or they will choose to pack up. And that's an important one for what the town centre might look like in a year, 2 years, 5 years' time, based on whatever way we move forward or actually we pitch into decline. And I think the Lee Sparks stuff was quite stark about that. It really reinforced that, experience in America shows that you hollow out a town. You can end up with all the activity being out in the periphery or online and nothing. A town of Tallahassee, slightly bigger than Falkirk, had only 8 shops in its town centre. And that's a real risk that you see further decline coming from a decision that takes us in the wrong direction. So for that reason, we would say we have to move forward and look positively towards the prospect for the town.
My 2 more questions, Provost. The first one is there a plan B? What we rely on here is the fact that obviously a lot of members of the public will know Ken were here, and obviously we vote in groups. But when we come to a stage when this proposal is worked up, or whatever proposal is worked up, we then go into the planning committee as individuals. So we've no guarantee that what is put forward, because we wouldn't know what objections come in, because everybody within 20 hours on about that site would need consulted and views, and we don't know what it's going to appear like. So we can't prejudge an application. But what happens if it didn't go through planning? What's the plan B?
Douglas, plan B?
Plan B, it would be quite bizarre if the council as applicant then put its proposal to its own planning committee and found that it were rejected, and then to find that the council went to appeal to ministers to ask for them to agree to overturn its own decision. So I would hope that we wouldn't get into that situation, John. But it's, you know, clearly you're right to raise it. What I would say is that, as you probably know, we have looked at so many options with this project. This has probably had the most options considered for it of any projects I've had, and certainly I was 42 years working in a council on Friday last week, John, and this is the project that I've seen that has more options considered for it than any in that time. So I think we have looked at all options. We've turned this every way inside and out to look at how we move forward, and we believe that this is a clear and beneficial way forward for the town.
Thank you.
My last question to you, convener, thanks very much, is I use the town centre a lot. I mean, I drive up there now. I used to walk up, but I drive up there now, but I do use it a lot. Now, we heard obviously the statements about wanting everything up that high street, but at present, our staff, we've got obviously a big amount of staff that's moving to Larbert, and we've also got the staff moving to Westfield. And the fact is, if we build offices down in the existing premise, you know, you're tidying that end of the town, not because you're getting rid of a carbon footprint of an old clinic and that right in the front, so making it look good. But you would have members of staff there that can walk up the town, like myself and like Robert and a whole host of folk can use the town. What public, who's going to come from Larbert to get a spot of lunch into the high street? You're going to go into Larbert. If you're going for a haircut, you'll get if you're working in Larbert, you'll get your haircut in Larbert. That's just the reality. So what work has been done, and why was the teams up in the town centre not complaining when we moved staff, you know, from 100 yards of Falkirk, which is in the town centre, and the old Bolton site is in the town centre. It's recognised as being a part of the town centre, that we moved the folk elsewhere.
Thank you. I think there's about 3 questions here, Douglas, so try and get through them. Thank you.
Thanks, Provost. Well, I think you might recall, Councillor, and I mentioned earlier that the work that we've done to consider all the options. And at one point, to look at those options, we had a seesaw. We were saying that the project budget at that time, clearly the 45 million had been set, and we had to decide what the balance of provision between the desk spaces that we needed for the offices and the seats that we needed in the Arts Centre had to be resolved. And we founded on an approach that says that we should create the Arts Centre facility, the 550 seats and other accommodation, the studios that will serve also for the civic purposes for the council, and that we could find other desk space in Larbert at the stadium and have a micro, we called it, facility of 154 desks plus a touchdown space. So in net terms, about 200 desk spaces in this facility. Now, actually, if we provide those 200 desks with the level of usage that they will generate, because we're working at the 0.5 desk space per person, then the number of folk using those desks could be as many as are currently using the municipal buildings. There's nearly 300 used in municipal buildings just now. We'll be able to accommodate that in this facility. So there's no net loss of office staff to the town centre coming from this proposal. What we would want to encourage is that as many people come, and we'll have the tools, we'll have booking systems and so on, so that people can come in and drop in, use it and go away again. And it will reflect more the way that people work these days. So I think we're quite confident that we can bring about that benefit for the town centre, and also that it helps to meet the needs of staff who want to have office provision that's accessible and is well prepared, well designed to meet their needs.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Munro, question?
Yes, I just have 2 quick questions, Provost, for Douglas. How do we deal or manage the inflation risk for a project at Coburn Street, given that we might have to wait several years for a CPO and not be able to work out what materials costs? And Douglas himself actually quoted Stockton on Tees, where their theatre project started at 4 million in 2010, and here we are in 2021, and that project has cost almost 30 million. That's my first question.
Douglas.
Yeah, so we'll attend to that. I mean, we do attend to it across each of our capital programmes. We allow for a level of contingency to allow for cost pressures to be contained. This will affect the whole of the capital programme. It won't just relate to this project. This will affect all of our housing projects, our roads projects, our different environmental projects that we're proceeding. This is something that's related across the whole economy just now. And it will be an issue that no doubt government will have to attend to in time when it comes to the allocations that are made to us. But maybe specifically in terms of the cost pressures and how we would deal with them for this one. I don't know, Leslie, do you want to come in with a wee bit more detail on that?
Yes, thanks, Provost. We will look at inflation risk. As I say, and as Douglas has said, the inflation risk at the moment is the same across all the sites. But as we move on to look at the construction risk as well as the inflation risk, that would be done at the next phase of this. And then we can really drill down into it. Because as everyone said, it is not designed as yet, and we need to go through the design and go through the detailed design. And by then we will have a greater understanding if inflation risk has just been a bit of a blip because of COVID downturn, or whether actually it's going to be sustained. Because when Douglas and I had this discussion probably a month ago, actually construction price inflation hadn't changed at all at the point you made the decision back in September 20. So actually it's only in the past month that things have actually moved. So I think we need to take a wee bit more time to look at this as we move forward. Thanks, Provost.
Thank you.
Next question. The question of community involvement. We should look to involve the community or consult with the community before we are locked into a project which doesn't have a clear costs or a clear income stream. And does Douglas not think we should have a choice too, and that there should be two site options? Because this is a huge amount of money, between 45 million supposedly, and therefore the public, the wider public, should have a say in what it is we're doing, especially given that we're talking of selling off a 9-acre site where the current building is.
Through you, Provost. Absolutely, it's important the community is involved, that the community feel a real sense of value and ownership of this project. We've not been able to consult with them at this stage on this proposition because we've not known, firstly, until last September that we had a project to deliver, and also where it would go. Whether it goes, clearly could be the subject for further debate, but we've now got a real sense of where it's possible to see it delivered. But what I would say is that the project itself has come through a very, strong process of engagement and consultation with the town centre interests, and that came from the action plan that was put together following the closure of Marks and Spencer's a couple of years back. And we established a town centre action plan in partnership with the Healthy High Streets, with other interests around the town centre. It led to the formation of the Town Centre Partnership. And this project is number one, it's top priority for that in that action plan, and the expectation through the partnership to see it delivered successfully. They see that consultation drove and reinforced the need for this project to be delivered.
Okay, thanks. Now we have another 3 hands up. Councillor Balfour, Councillor Flynn and Councillor Blackwood. We'll take the questions from them and then we're going to the private session. Thank you. So it's Councillor Balfour.
Oh, it's just before Councillor Balfour comes in. My camera's not working, but I would like to comment as well. Thanks.
The comment is a question. There's Councillor Hughes as well. Okay. Fine. So, right, let's go. It's Councillor David Balfour. Thank you, Councillor. Questions, sir.
Thanks, Provost. Yeah, just if we, I'm just trying to give a wee bit more information. It was mentioned about shrinking the retail. And if we look a wee bit closer to home, we've started doing that in Grangemouth. That so far has had a very positive impact on the town centre, although it's a much smaller project than the Falkirk town centre. We've also had a good positive feedback from the businesses and also from constituents who use the town centre. So it is making a bit of an impact on it, a positive impact. There's still an awful lot of work to do with the repurposing the outside edges at Kersh Road and stuff. But it seems to be there'll be lessons learned for this with the staff that have been working on this. So if that the same basis is used for Falkirk Town Centre, is there any reason why that wouldn't work in Falkirk Town Centre?
Thanks for your question, Douglas.
It's exactly that model we're thinking of applying in this instance, Provost, and for Councillor Balfour. You know, it's good that you recognise the benefits of that work that's been taking place. It's been Pete's team who've led that and working very closely with other services around the council to make sure that the businesses are supported to make that successful transition. And it very much is about, you know, a concerted approach to making that happen, giving them the wherewithal to go and find other premises, get them fitted out, get the financial support to get up and running. And, you know, we would very much look towards this to take place in this situation.
Okay.
Thank you, thank you,
thanks for that.
Thank you. Councillor Flynn, question?
Yep. Thank you, Provost. Just quickly before I read the question, just to correct you, Douglas, Aberdeen has a population which is about 50% bigger than Falkirk, so it's not quite the same. So my 2 points, though, are if you look at the total footfall of the town centre, and bear in mind, if you look at the maps, the retail park actually comes in under that as well. It hasn't actually declined, it's just moved. The footfall has moved away from Howgate, Calendar Riggs and the High Street and has gone elsewhere. So really, is our job then to do the marketing for the shops in the High Street? You know, I'm all very well for helping them, absolutely, you know, but I don't think we should be in the position of changing the dynamics of where people choose to buy their stuff, and it's up to individual shops. So that's my first question.
We'll take them one at a time then, Councillor Flynn. Douglas, respond to that one.
Yeah, my comment with Aberdeen was simply to say that these
are
towns and cities that are having similar issues.
Yeah, I understand.
You know? Okay. So that was about that. In terms of where the focus of retail and footfall takes place, I think, as I said, we have to live with the fact that the internet shopping is a reality. I think we're also going to have to accept that the retail park is a reality. You know, it is there. We have to hopefully work with them in terms of how this proceeds, because people value the services that they offer. But it leaves a big question about the heart of the town. This is the heritage core. This is what people see as the heart of Falkirk as a town. And it has got so much history, so much value for the different communities who look to use it. It's where people flock when there's a big event, you know, whether that's at the time when the football team reaches the cup final, you know, at Christmas time, when there's something to celebrate. That's where people look to. In any town and city up and down the country, that's where they are. They were in George Square last night, even when we were told not to be.
No.
And therefore,
accept that, Douglas, but if it's heritage, then we should focus on heritage and not retail. But my second question is slightly different. With the compulsory purchase programme, am I right in saying that once you know, somebody says, yeah, you can have my property, we become the owners of that property? Is that correct?
Well, it needs to go through a formal transaction. So
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, but once that's
selling the
completed,
property.
yeah. So once we become the owners, we are then liable for the rates, the heating, any short-term maintenance, insurance. So surely that's a huge cost factor. If the total process could last up to 3 years, so what is the cost of that likely to be?
We'll be able to cover that in the private session, Councillor Flynn.
Okay.
We've looked into all of these factors.
Thank you, Douglas.
Preparing what we've got.
Thanks, Provost.
Okay, thank you for your input, sir. It's Councillor Blackwood, Councillor Goldie, and then we're going private session. Councillor Blackwood, question?
Thanks, Provost. Douglas mentioned some similar numbers of staff using the new headquarters as using municipal buildings. We could ask Douglas, how many staff are working from home full time and we never need to set foot in the new headquarters?
Most through you, Provost, most of our staff are working, our office staff, pretty well all of them are working from home just now. We estimate once staff are allowed back into buildings, we'll probably work to around 30% balance between home working and working from the office. We've allowed in the design of this scheme for 0.5 for 50% occupancy or desks to staff members. So we expect actually there's going to be a bit of flexibility in those numbers as we settle down with the numbers who are working at home and those who are wanting to use the office.
Okay. Staff, sorry, Provost, staff haven't been told that they'll be working from home forever and ever.
No, I mean, as it stands, we're insisting that staff continue to work from home until lockdown measures are eased. We're anticipating once that takes place that we'll work to a ratio probably about 30% occupancy until all the restrictions are properly eased and we settle down in the level of use of accommodation. But coming to the longer term, when staff are fully back and able to use our offices, we've worked to a desk space provision of 0.5 so that staff could be working half their time from home, half their time in the office. Now, we think actually it will probably bed in closer to the 0.3 to 30% of their time.
The office? Or at home?
Being in the office as opposed to being at home.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Goldie, followed lastly by Councillor Hughes. Councillor Goldie, question, sir. Councillor Goldie? Okay.
I'm saying fudge, honestly, fudge. Anyway, what I was going to say, Provost, was I'd like to ask a question of Pete Reid. Pete did talk about the MacLeod work here at the distillery and its proximity to the town centre to bring in tourism. I can see it for here, it's going to be fabulous. But I wonder if he thinks that the other distillery that was built down in Grangemouth will bring tourists as well.
Well,
through you, Provost.
Well, the questions were in relation to Douglas's submission, but I think that we could take that one. Okay, Pete.
Yes, thank you. So we're liaising closely with the Falkirk distillery as well, and yes, we do anticipate that will bring tourists to our area, and tourists then coming into our area will be, obviously, we will be promoting other attractions and areas that they are able to go and visit.
Okay, thanks for that, Pete. Councillor Hughes, last question before we go into private session.
Thank you, Provost. Under 4.4, we have a very positive statement which says town centre audits and health checks show that those towns that have a strong regeneration master plan with a prominent cultural offering have greater resilience and business confidence. Douglas, could you unpack that statement a little bit more?
Yeah, I mean, it's each of us do town centre health checks. There's a prominent method that planning authorities use across the country that gives a narrative on the health and performance of town centres. So that takes into account footfall, vacancy rates, all of that kind of stuff. What we've seen in that work is that if you look to that as a benchmark for performance, and where it is underperforming, look to improve, then you can evolve a master plan for regeneration. A good example of this is over in Paisley. They took a specific intention to promote culture. They bid for the City of Culture, and they're investing over 40 million in regeneration and cultural assets that will help to repurpose that town. And that's intended to help strengthen the town centre, encourage business, and there's been quite extensive business input to their work. So it shows how, just how that is possible. But it's important you have a plan. And I think that came through the discussions that our developers and other stakeholders in this set out. And Scottish Futures Trust have got experience of doing this in other towns around the country. That if we remove the uncertainty over our investment, it helps give clarity about if we develop on the site that's now recommended, then we can, and as we're saying in the report, if we deliver on the High Street site, then we can secure not just the regeneration of that site, but the municipal building site. It will also prompt what our plans are for the rest of the town centre. We know that there's a proposal to deliver a new Falkirk Central rail halt at Falkirk Grahamston to rebadge and reinvigorate the rail offer there. And we would hope to see new investment around that location. And also, we think that some of the retailers moving from the Coburn Street site may look towards the Howgate or Calendar Square or down at the bus station to relocate. So you start to piece together a set of propositions on these underused sites. And also you can look at the connections between them and upgrade the public realm, see better movement, better facilities for people to use the town centre. And that experience has been shown to work elsewhere.
Thank you, Douglas. Thank you, Provost.
Okay, thank you. Well, before we break off, the Chief Executive wants to come in here. Mr. Laurie?
Yes, thank you, Provost. I just wanted to pick up on one thing which I don't think has been specifically mentioned thus far, and that is the fact that the regeneration of town centres is a key theme in our corporate plan. It's a key part of our investment zone bid, and indeed in our economic recovery plan as well. So, as Douglas says, we're working very closely with, for example, Scottish Futures Trust on town centre issues, and with both the Scottish and UK governments on the investment zone proposals and how they relate to town centres. So all of these parties are well cited on the fact that this is a stated priority for the council, and indeed that ties in with the policies of both governments in terms of supporting town centres, and indeed in terms of supporting culture-led regeneration in town centres. So I just wanted to make the point. I think it's important if we're, we've got these priorities, we've stated their priorities for us, and if we're going to maximise both our credibility as a partner and our ability to access the various funding streams we've spoken about, that whatever decision we take, it really needs to be in line with these priorities we've stated as a council. So that specific link to our priorities hadn't been made, Provost. And I just wanted to make that point before we closed the public session.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Now it's 1:20. We've been 3 hours 20 minutes at this, over the 3-hour schedule. So we're going to break for lunch and we'll come back for the private session at 2 o'clock. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Well, thank you very much. We're going to reconvene the meeting. As it was explained at the beginning, we're now going into private session, at which point the live stream and recording will be stopped. Douglas will then summarise the Pink Appendix 5 and then we'll be asking for questions on this. But I'll go straight to Mr. Moody, who'll give us a further explanation. Thank you, Mr. Moody.
Yes, thank you, Provost. And the issue to raise just relates to the interrelation of the live stream and the private session. And the way we can facilitate that on this call is that we will move members and the relevant officers into a separate room for the private session. So that room is about to open and you will see something appear in your screen, and I would ask you to join at that point.
Go to the leader, Councillor Meikle-John. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost, and I do appreciate that it's been a long day and we've still got a fair bit to go, but this is the most important decision that this council will take in its term, and one that will be a legacy for the next 15 years. It's not an easy decision, as has been already said, but one we're tasked with, and it's not to be made lightly. But it does need to be the right decision, as it will affect many more than just all of us round here. And it's right that we take time to do that. It has, however, been a long time coming, as I remember as a newly elected councillor in 2007, this being the first mooted as quite possibly the first council meeting I think I attended. That's 15 years ago, and there's been reference to previous attempts to bring forward a scheme, but this time there is really no place to hide. We need to make a decision, we need to move forward, and the pressures are building on us to do that. I do, however, want to acknowledge that the huge amount of work that's been put into the development of this project by officers. Leslie, Craig, Douglas, and the whole team down there have worked so hard and have left no stone unturned in trying to make sure that we have all the right information before us, and provide us with the evidence as well as their professional opinions. Well, on occasions as elected members we can disagree with that professional opinion. In doing so, we must be able to do so with a credible argument and do so respectfully. That's not to say that officers' views shouldn't be challenged, as we would not be carrying out due diligence otherwise. Similarly, we can't dismiss the evidence to support their view as out of hand. I have been a wee bit concerned that something that has crept in by some members and an unwillingness to take on board what our professional officers are saying, and that of the external professionals who have been supporting us with evidence as well. Some of those external professionals are the best in the country, given their knowledge, skills and expertise from not just Scotland but from the rest of UK and other countries, to enable us to get the benefits of others' experience and learning and best practice to help guide us on our decision making. We should be careful not to just ignore that, nor would it be good, nor ignore the goodwill that comes with that, as we need the continued support going forward, and it will stand us in good stead when seeking external funding. We also have a habit in councils of wanting to revisit old arguments in the hope of getting a different answer. As a result, this puts more delay into the process and stop-start, which isn't good, and it doesn't give the right impression of a council that wants to move things forward. Right now, every delay in taking a decision on a site of a new HQ and Arts Centre negatively impacts on our town centre, putting more jobs at risk. We heard very eloquently from Margaret Foy at the beginning of this particular item, and she very clearly set out the challenges that the town centre and the businesses there are facing, and have urged us to actually take the action we need to take. Therefore, we're at a pivotal moment in the time for our communities. We're poised at a point where we can move forward, enabling our communities to thrive as they emerge from lockdown and the wider impacts of COVID, or with a delay with a wrong decision. We can pitch backwards into further decline, with more people losing jobs, more businesses declining, and our tourists passing Falkirk by. Our town centre has been hollowed out over many years, and we know and accept that people's shopping habits have changed, with more online shopping, which has increased as a result of the pandemic and unlikely to return despite the major efforts of our traders and other partners. Town centre is in urgent need of action and has to change. Now is the right time to invest, to repurpose, to create new spaces for people to congregate, different types of activity, more socialised and leisure activity, as well as work opportunities. Through the Town Centre Partnership, we have agreed a new vision for the Town Centre. This vision has the new HQ and Arts Centre as integral to the transformation, which creates an exciting new gathering place, a facility that is genuinely unique and beneficial for Falkirk and for all its communities. A facility that will transform underused quadrant of the town, parts that have been vacant for decades and almost derelict, and that can act as a catalyst for a turnaround and renewal. It can accommodate a unique blend of activities for people to learn, to earn, to be informed, to debate, to dance, to create, participate, congregate. It can be a place that people enjoy visiting and will return to again and again, day and night, weekdays, weekends, and restore the heart and vitality of restore the heart and vitality in the centre of our community. Something has become so much more important over the last year or so, and will enable us to demonstrate what makes the Bairns of Falkirk unique and special to us all. We all had access to the presentation by retail studies expert Professor Lee Sparks from Stirling University. The advice he has given to us: people crave a sense of belonging and association and localness. They have fears for the future of the community, society, and want something sustainable for the next generation. A town centre is key to this. Our town centre is key to this. Since the vision statement in 2018, we have been on a journey and tried to take people with us. Some have been more open to that than others. We have examined in depth several town centre locations, and we've been back through a lot of that today, seeking a preferred site for this new facility, leaving no stone unturned. A huge amount of work has been done to get us to this point. We've now identified a site offering most benefits for the renewal of the town centre and the attraction of people to the high street. We've identified a source of funding that can help us deliver our ambition. In doing that, we've identified how to remove almost 80,000 square feet of empty or underused commercial floor space, helping to resolve current over-provision, and proposed how to regenerate the municipal building site, which has added value effectively to renewing two difficult sites within the one project budget of 45 million. Two sites for one solution to help support the regeneration of the town centre, its economy and its communities give real hope for a thriving town centre of the future. The evaluation process to get to a preferred site has been robust. We've heard that today, the most robust that's ever been, including validation by external consultants. That's not to say that other site options assessed all had merits, but site and logistical problems, as well as cost and the ability to deliver economic regeneration impacts, have eliminated those from the decision. We can now make a start at the High Street site, commencing discussions with property owners to secure the site, offer assistance and compensation, and proceed with the arrangements for compulsory purchase powers to acquire if required. There are still challenges that need to be overcome. We already know what some are, others will emerge, but we can all work to resolve them and find solutions. Solutions around parking, a green travel plan, access, carbon reduction, and sharing spaces. A good, clear decision can remove the uncertainty for other investors and attract new interests, as well as retain existing businesses, enabling them to make decisions about their future while progressing the redevelopment of two key sites and create a master plan for the whole town centre regeneration. Scottish Government have set up, as part of their recovery investment programme, a place-based fund with an allocation of around 1.4 million for this year that can be used to support this project. This is a recurring fund that we can use to promote a programme of investment across our communities, helping to support our district and smaller towns. So in conclusion, this is a vitally important decision that will help achieve a significant change that's needed. It acts as a catalyst for renewal and growth, attracting new visitors and footfall to the town centre businesses. It will help sustain and create jobs and will provide a real impetus for locals and visitors alike to enjoy what Falkirk can offer. The High Street Coburn Street site creates a fabulous opportunity to get it right for Falkirk. It will allow us to find a new purpose in the town centre and create the settings for people to return to the heart of the town. It can help restore pride in our town centre and create new gathering places for communities, so essential at this time. I would urge all members to listen to our communities, particularly our town centre community. Don't play politics. This is far too important for political posturing. Get behind this proposal as a whole council. Let us demonstrate when it counts, when it really counts, we can do the right thing. Thank you, Provost. I would therefore move the recommendations in the report in section 2.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Have we got a seconder?
Yes, Provost, I'll second it formally and reserve the right to come back later in the debate.
Okay, thank you, sir. We'll now go to Councillor Bissett. Councillor Bissett, have you got an amendment?
Yes, Provost, we have an amendment. I'd like to say a few things first, of course.
Fine.
Just a couple of observations before I say what I've got written down. And I find it almost hard to believe that they wouldn't get investment zone money for the Scottish Government if we built a fantastic arts centre and a hub and a library and a civic centre up in the High Street. That's my first observation. And I would say if I was building a house on that particular site and building one down here, it's no hard to figure out which would be the more expensive. And I'd just say within the first 5 minutes of meeting with Mrs. Malkin and Mr. Duff, Mrs. Malkin said, I think we could make your proposal work. So I'll now move on to what I'm going to say. Provost, the HQ Arts Centre project has been going on for years and we've never arrived at a conclusion. I thank officers for the amount of time they've dedicated to this project and I understand the frustrations they feel. Provost, we are thankfully slowly coming out of the pandemic and we are beginning to see green shoots of economic recovery. Here at Falkirk Council, all councillors need to show leadership to get this project moving. The people of Falkirk need economic recovery, jobs saved and regeneration, and we must lead the way. Labour fully support the High Street and other town centres. We have repeated that many, many times. Not once today did I hear Mrs. Foy talk about other town centres, which was unfortunate. So our proposal was made with the High Street clearly in our focus. Our aim as a council must surely be to bring about badly needed regeneration. Our proposals do that, and we will also support other town centres. When I heard the proposal that Coburn Street was the preferred option for both buildings, my heart sank. In the council report of 2016, section 4.5, it states, in terms of the preferred location for the project, the executive of the 17th of June considered a report which identified potential sites, such as Municipal Buildings, Meeks Road Car Park, Melbourne Street Car Park, land to the south of Falkirk Stadium, land at Falkirk Gateway and Abbotsford House area. Members determined that the existing municipal building site was the preferred location for the development in light of the town centre regeneration and other benefits arising. At no point is Coburn Street mentioned in any report I have read, and for obvious reasons. In the recent report, it stated the current site has easy access from the west, opportunity to create an icon into the town. We own the current site and we have spent around £1 million on previously surveying the site. The new municipal office would take in the footprint of West Bank, so that tidies up that part of the site. The building would be towards the front of the site. The Coburn Street site is an awkward site topographically, and the site with two buildings on it would be overdevelopment, and the site is just too tight and small to do justice to a modern HQ and arts centre, civic centre, library and hub. We advocate a compromise and asked officers to look at building an HQ on the current site and an arts and civic centre, library and hub on the high street. This is a good alternative and solves many practical issues and provides sight of an iconic HQ as you enter from the west, a building that says Falkirk is open for business and that we are a modern, thriving place to be. And as you drive further on, you see the Arts and Civic Centre, which further strengthens the view of a thriving modern town. I have concerns over far too much traffic. If both buildings were built on that site, we could see an increased levels of pollution and traffic congestion. I will remind you of a planning application for Tim Hortons in Stennismuir, where the SNP were opposed to it for the reasons of increased pollution. And there was much less traffic at Coburn Street at Stennismuir than there will be at Coburn Street. So if you split up the buildings, we will see a less concentration of pollution levels. Parking is always an issue, but by separating the buildings, we mitigate in part the parking issue in the High Street area, and we're also asking for parking to be looked at. There is opportunity to use the place-based funds of 1.39 million to assist the High Street with acquisition costs if the proposal is agreed. Now, given that the demolition of West Bank will be regeneration and building on the High Street will be regeneration, I fail to see how the Scottish Government could deny Falkirk Council investment zone funding or part of that 6 million. So in summary, Provost, our proposals will provide a transformational new look to Falkirk High Street and a new headquarters on the current site that will show Falkirk is open for business. We want designs drawn up that will tie in the position of the historic Trinity Church with the entrance to the new Arts and Civic Centre, creating a special place that will draw in visitors and customers to the town centre from near and far. This is one of the biggest decisions the Council has taken in 50 years, so we need to show ambition and strong positive leadership. The citizens of Falkirk District and the Council employees and local businesses need to see some hope from the dark year we have just had, and Council making a positive decision on this project will provide hope and expectation. I'm sure officers can make this work within the financial package available. Clearly, our Council forefathers in the late 50s thought the current site for the HQ was the right place to build. Were they wrong? Also, we talk a lot about well-being and mental health. I'm looking out my office window at a beautiful view of grass, trees, birds, rabbits, people passing by and a blue sky. We will not have such a vista on Coburn Street site, and we all know environment is conducive to our well-being. I can also walk from here and support the Cyrenians at Arnottdale and have a stroll in Dollar Park. This view may change here, but I hope you take my point on well-being. I will end there, Provost, and I commend this amendment to the Council. I will now read and formally move Labour's amendment. Council is asked to agree 1, to pursue delivery of its HQ and Arts Centre project through provision of A, its HQ offices at the municipal building site Falkirk, and B, an Arts and Civic Centre, library and advice hub facility on the High Street, Coburn Street site. The entrance to the Arts Centre will be directly across from the parish church, and to instruct the Acting Director of Development Services to prepare design options and establish costs for delivery of these projects and report these to the Council September meeting. 2, that further preliminary discussions be undertaken with all affected owners at the High Street, Coburn Street site as part of a preparatory acquisition strategy for delivery of the Arts and Civic facility, subject to no binding agreements being made in advance of the September meeting. 3, in principle, to the use of compulsory purchase order powers to assemble the site as a means to conduct further discussions with the site owners for delivery of this project, and that should CPO prove necessary, a formal request will be forthcoming to the September meeting. 4, that the Scottish Government place-based investment funds of 1.39 million allocated to the Council for expenditure in 21-22 be directed towards acquisition of site interest at High Street, Coburn Street, and other preparatory works to enable delivery of the project. 5, to recognise the need for investment to be made across the Council area to support successful placemaking, and that a programme be designed for future allocation of place-based investment funding across the Council area for approval at a future executive meeting. And 6, that information on parking provision for the HQ office and the Arts Centre sites, including the potential to use existing provisions such as the Howgate, is provided to September meeting, and that a report, and 7, that a report summarising the outcomes of the above actions be prepared for the Council at its meeting in September, giving recommendations on the arrangements for delivery of the HQ and Arts Centre project. I formally move Labour's amendment, Provost. Thank you.
Thank you. Have you got a seconder there?
Provost, I'm delighted to second that, and in doing so, but before I actually move to the formal seconding, I would like to say, Provost, I've been around a long time in Falkirk, and I've been involved in the town centre a hang of a long time. I was there when there was pedestrianisation. I was there when we built the Howgate. In fact, I proudly attended the topping out ceremony. And the Labour group have looked very, very closely at this motion. And so they should. Any motion of any kind should be looked at properly. But we have spent a great deal of time on this and taken great care to look at how it can come out. Now, first of all, the site at Coburn Street that's been spoken about, High Street, Coburn Street, in my opinion, I'm not a planner, is far too cramped. Also, you're going to have to go in there and pile the back of it. Topography is no right, and the one certainty is it is going to cause traffic problems simply because people aren't going to have enough parking. And Leslie Malkin said, and she was being very honest, that they've got all these places to park. Well, I'm happy to buy her a coffee and take her up the High Street on Saturday about 12 o'clock, not the High Street, but the town centre, and see if we can get parked very easily. In looking at this project, we gave a great deal of thought to the entrance of where this building should be, the theatre, the common entrance to where it should be. Now, there are two things to that. First of all, as Robert said, the most iconic building we have is the parish church, built in the 11th century. It's the oldest building in the Falkirk area, in the town centre area. And also, when we look at the road up to it, some of you may not know, I think Malcolm and Pat might remember, I'm not sure if the rest of you were around, but the original intention was to come up the Lint Rigs with the entrance to the Howgate, as it was then. That was the original intention. That was the best thought out the way forward, and it fell through. Then we went to Matheson's and Bakers, and it fell through. So the third choice one was up at the steeple, which I'm not saying is a bad way to do it. But the reason that we suggested the Lint Rigs, because that's where the majority of the people coming from Asda and coming in buses, etc., to the town centre would be, and the cars would go in the Howgate. So having given great thought to that and given a great deal of time and effort into it, the other a very important thing that we must do, and Pat Reid was right to raise it, I know the council wouldn't act illegally, I know no slating officers or anything like that, but we really have got to give a lot of thought to people who have had houses up there for a great many years. And I'm sure we will do the right thing with them. But you've got to approach that properly. You've got to deal with it properly. And I know the big companies that own the property, they will want to get shot at it quick, so they'll be easier maybe to deal with. But let's always keep an eye open for the wee guy that's not got a big business. All I can say, Provost, is this is the answer. And it's the answer as well to our employees. And bear one thing in mind, that the shopkeepers, and I understand their problems, I understand what problems they face, but we are also an employer, and we have to get the best for our employees. And someone said earlier on that the building's got to be designed properly and it's got to be fitted out properly. It was Douglas Duff, for the best to our employees. Well, the right way to do that is to build a new building, Douglas, and do that and no modify an old one. So I'm more than happy to second this amendment. I do hope that people will put their political affiliations to one side, look clearly at it, and it's time to stop talking and it's time to start doing. Let's do it now. Thanks, colleagues.
Okay, thanks for your input. Just to let you know that the amendment, Labour amendment, has been emailed to you all. Have everybody got that? Everybody, yes. Just to carry on with this, I'm going to go to the leader. Obviously, would you like an opportunity for a recess so that your group and obviously the other groups can have a look. Would you like a recess, Councillor Meikle-John?
Yes, I would maybe suggest about a half-hour recess,
Half-hour.
Provost. But I think my colleague, Councillor Garner, had his hand up because I think he said he had a question.
A question, yes, you can ask a question. Councillor Gardner.
Thanks, Provost. It's just a quick question. It's directed to Councillor Bissett and the Labour group. And I see Councillor Goldie says they put a lot of thought into this amendment. And it's in relation to one area amendment in relation to the headquarter offices at the municipal building site. Can I just ask for the information regarding what size they're looking to put an office block here? Is it 300, 400, 500? Do they have that information, which I'm sure they all have?
Yeah, Provost, I'm happy to answer that. We made that clear to Leslie Malkin and to Douglas Duff, rather belatedly, of course, because we only saw the motion. So Douglas hasn't had time to look at that on Friday. But what I've suggested that there could be other uses on the site as well, health board and other people, other public agencies. So it's in the same way as yourself, Paul. We haven't got the costs, we haven't got the details, but we know what we want you to do. So I would ask if you've got a question on that, you would best refer that to Douglas.
Okay, thanks for that. What we'll do is we're going to have an opportunity, obviously, for a major debate on this issue. Councillor Meikle-John has asked for a half-an-hour recess, but before we go into recess, can I ask, I'm coming to you, Councillor Grant, can I ask Councillor Kerr if he's got any further amendments in relation to this?
We might have an amendment, Provost, but we will like to see the Labour amendment first, discuss that first.
Okay, that's fine. Councillor Grant, I know that I've cut you short earlier on. Do you want to wait to the full discussion to give your group an opportunity to discuss the Labour amendment? Then I'll bring you in when you come back.
Provost, we're going out to look at the Labour amendment. I'd like to, if it's possible, come back to that question there on, because that will give me more satisfaction what I'm looking at, if that makes sense.
Well,
I'd like to ask Mr. Duff.
Well, you could ask Mr. Duff, and I apologise for cutting you off at that, but the Labour amendment hadn't been put forward.
No, I understand that, Provost. Thank you. I do.
Fine. If you could just maybe reiterate what your question is, because
right,
I'll
make it very quick, Provost. The Labour amendment has now been out, so we're going to have a look at it. What I want to know from Mr. Duff, or his opinion, is will the new arts centre, Arts and Civic Centre in the library, qualify for the external funding of the £6 million, in his opinion?
Thank you. Mr. Duff.
Yeah, and through you, Provost, that I don't believe it will. I think it's a like-for-like replacement. I think it sits at odds with the government and the council's regeneration policy for the town centre, and therefore I think it would be, challenged by government as not sitting well with their intentions. So I think it would be very difficult to try and convince them otherwise.
Okay, okay, then we're going to have a half-hour recess. It's 15:37, say 15:40, so we'll see you back at 4:10. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Everybody will reconvene the meeting. I'll go straight back to the leader, Councillor Meikle-John, if she has any further information in relation to the amendment that was put forward by Councillor Bissett. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost, and apologies for that delay. The link had timed out and it wouldn't let me back in, so it just shows to how long we've been on this today. I would just like to make a couple of comments in relation to the amendment and in response to the amendment. I just say thanks to Councillor Bissett for sharing the amendment prior to the meeting. However, it does appear I was kind of the last person to see it, because it was given to me by the Falkirk Herald a good few hours or so before he did.
Apologies for that. It was actually sitting in my outbox. I had sent it the night before, Cecil.
Right. Well, I appreciate that, but as I say, the Falkirk Herald got to me first. But I suppose these things happen. it is positive in the amendment that we've finally accepted that there is a need to do something in the heart of the town centre, and agreed on, based on the evidence, that the High Street Coburn Street is the best site, and that we can now progress that, because things really do need to move forward. And we heard so much today that how important it was, but it's unfortunate it only goes part of the way. And it's really disappointing that the voice of the businesses haven't really been heard and taken on board. And Mrs. Foy spoke very well this morning and representing the views of the healthy high streets, but not just the healthy high streets, of the general view of the businesses in the town centre. And all our other professionals from up and down the country that have been supporting us through this have all indicated that decoupling the office accommodation from the Arts Centre is the wrong thing to do, and we are in danger of making problems for ourselves. And again, you know, by doing that, we're revisiting some of the arguments and some of the work that's been done before, years ago, where we ruled out decoupling of the projects, and that's really disappointing. We know it's evident that 2 buildings are going to cost more than 1. That's evident, no matter what. Even if you're doing a smaller arts centre, it's just the fact that the construction that goes with it, you're not going to get the economies of scale that a single building will achieve. You'll not get the synergies or the vitality of the crossover of services. And we continually talk about having to break down silos. And one of the biggest ways to do that is actually having people co-located within a building and allowing that to happen. You're still going to have in both buildings the ongoing costs of the heat, light, reception staff, and there's clearly going to be a need to create additional parking. We've already agreed that we need to do a parking plan. It's part of the planning process anyway, and that will come out once the detail work happens, and we can really make a real statement around the green agenda with having a green parking plan, and not going back to the old ways. We know that in 2016 the project that only looked at provision of the office accommodation was going to cost 21 million, which would be around 30 million in today's costs. We don't know from the amendment what size of office accommodation that you're talking about, and we've just had a conversation there with Douglas and Leslie, and you know they're kind of in the dark, that they've not got anything to base it on. So you could be talking about, you know, anything upper of 5 and 10 million of additional costs in relation to whatever size of building this is intended to be. And that's just not best value. We have a proposal in front of us that gives clear 30.9 million, just under 39 million, that would give us office accommodation along with a heart centre, library, advice hub, all right in the heart of the town centre, where we would be able to get the footfall. We know historically, and I hear what people are saying, but we're all individuals going up the town. It's the volume of people that you need, and people from the municipal buildings did not go into the town on a regular basis that would help create that energy and stimulate the economy of nipping out at lunchtime for a sandwich, for a coffee, to meet friends. And if we look at adapting a public realm, making it a nice place, we can get some health benefits. People encourage people to go walking, get some greenery in and around the town centre. And that's everything that we've been talking about as part of our master plan, along with our town centre partnership, who are right behind this. That's what they want. So I really do think we are in danger of actually making a poor decision in decoupling, and a poor decision at delaying this. if you do want to spend extra money, spend it in the town centre, spend it doing that public realm work, spend it in doing that placemaking that we talk about, because placemaking down on the periphery of the town centre at the municipal building sites is just not going to make that difference that is going to give the economic benefits. It's not going to save the jobs in our town centre, and it's certainly not going to be favourable with our town centre people. And delaying, we heard, Margaret, that every month that goes by, there's more businesses in the town centre put at risk, and that's going to come back to us, and it will come back to us. We know, again, from the previous studies that have been done, that the combined centre in the town would increase the economic benefits to the town centre by around 5 million. By splitting that, you're going to lose at least, if not more than half of that, and that's the added value that would be brought by the new development, because you're not going to have the people during the day in the town centre that are going to nip out. You may well have a slightly better nighttime economy because of the location of the Arts Centre and the stimulation that will bring, but you're just not going to get that during the day, and that is what the retailers are really, really worried about. We're going to lose developer confidence and investor confidence because we can't take a decision. People are going to say, no, I'm going to give up on Falkirk because they're not good to work with, they can't make a decision, I have no certainty. And other businesses will be starting to look at making decisions based on whatever decision we make and the certainty that it brings to them going forward. And again, Margaret touched on that. There's a number of businesses within the town that are just waiting on this decision, and if we get it wrong, they're going to be off, and that will come down to us as a result. We say that climate change is a priority, yet we're looking at increasing our asset base, we're increasing the buildings, increasing the more light, heat. We're saying that, the analogy that was used, that by having over 2 buildings, you would split the congestion of the cars. You're still going to have the cars on the road. We really should be trying to actively encourage people to use alternative forms of transport. Where people do need parking, you heard that there's already been discussions with the Howgate, and there's a potential there to have an arrangement around staff. It already works effectively with other businesses in the town, but we've also got the development of Jameson into Falkirk Central, and while the buses may not go where we want them just now, we have a real opportunity to make a change in that. And again, having access to various funds will help us do that. And there's been a bid into the Bus Partnership Fund as well, that would help create those green travel corridors that would encourage people to use public transport. In the amendment, it talks about the entrance and making use of the Trinity Church. While I've got a lot of sympathy with that and bringing the heritage into the project and linking that up, I do think that the amendment makes it prescriptive, and this is the wrong time to make that so prescriptive. I think it should be a desire and wherever possible, but with best will in the world, Mr. Duff has many skills which he delivers very, very well. He's not an architect, and therefore being able to design that, cost it and bring it back by September, I just think that's totally unrealistic, and we would not get something that is meaningful, that could be given any guarantee of delivery. And what's more, we don't know the feasibility or indeed the cost that would be associated with doing that. And I would urge caution and perhaps a rethink on that, and make it a desire to wherever possible, rather than make it quite as prescriptive as it does within the amendment. Finally, Provost, I'm not sure how much of this amendment is really about the best for the people of Falkirk, and that's what's mooted in the press release that went to the papers. For me, it's really quite sad, because I've played this with a straight die. and it just feels as if people are playing politics, and it's absurd that we should do something like that and something so important. It just feels as if people cannot support this because it's the SNP administration that's brought it forward. But I would have thought that there was people experienced enough within this council to rise above that and actually say, this is the best way forward. We have a real opportunity to give people something positive and some hope for the future, and get behind it. And I would have felt that far more comfortable going forward, and being able to actually deliver on something if we got the full council behind it. Because at the moment, all we're doing is creating more uncertainty for our communities, more uncertainty for business. And I'm terribly sorry, but I cannot support the amendment as it is. And we will continue to push ahead with our motion. Thank you, Provost.
No, thank you very much for your summary on that opportunity. We now have an open debate, so I'm going to, Councillor McCluckey's hand was up first, and we'll try and take it for each group to be fair. Councillor McCluckey first.
Right, thanks, convener. I keep hearing all this about consensus politics, but it just seems to be that anything that's our motion, just like the budget, just gets voted out. There was a number of red herrings appeared there. There was talking about the Green Action travel plan. We had that for many years at Larbert. That was how it was created when it was very little parking. And the only way to resolve that was we put hundreds of extra parking places in, because folk you couldn't get by in the street for everybody parking. Right, that was the result. Because in the best world in the world, that's what we would like. But at the present moment in time, well, hopefully that changes. But at the present moment in time, people want to park next to their work or where they want to go. Now, there will be considerable pressure with us trying to get the compromise of trying to look after our staff. And for the 10 years that I was in charge of the council and the Labour group, with the Conservatives, as I say, is when we run the council, our staff is important to us. We never heard a word about staff during this debate, right? Because staff's important to us. It isn't just about businesses, it's about our staff, right? And the fact is, it's all right talking we could get some deal with maybe the Howgate or something like that for parking. But at present moment in time, they put the staff park free at the buildings. So in whatever size offices doing at the buildings, and now we'd let our staff park free and free up the spaces further up. Because if we're talking about this being a success up the town, we need the theatre to work, to draw the people in and to work. And one of the biggest uses of the arts centre is dance schools. They come in, they book it for a week, and you've got some of the dance schools is 400, 500, 600 students each. And they come there and all the kids get involved and do their show on all week. And every one of the kids is sitting there with a case with the makeup and the costumes and everything to go in. So they'll need the spaces in the Howgate and that, and they will probably have to pay for them rather than the council make a deal where we're staff to park. We will already have so many staff up there, right, in the front facing offices, because we're already going to go and get the one-stop shop in the library and the arts things all up there. So we are going to have so many staff there. But what we find is that the reality at the present moment in time, and it's okay, the leader of the council saying, oh, but we'll work on these parking situations, we'll work on alter buses and that. The present situation we're in now, right, there is real problems at busy times and for parking. That is the reality. So we've come up with a compromise. The list were no staff waiting 3 years. It's no helping the town centre by out at Larbert and doing at Westfield. Get the show on the road and get a new office there, which is going to help the carbon footprint. And we're entitled to look at not just tidying up the town centre, as I say, the town centre goes right down to the building site. And we've got that eyesore of a clinic coming. Anybody coming up from Camelin End, the first thing you see is an eyesore of a clinic, a derelict building that that's not going anywhere unless we get involved. We can bring the front face office forward. The amount of people that tell me, where's the municipal buildings? And you try to explain to them, is because it's a way back in the centre. You're actually bringing it 100 yards nearer the buildings. And the surplus parking for when things get busy will still be there, because we can leave that at the buildings and create the car parking spaces, so that if people can't get parked, they can come down. They can come down there. So we're trying to look at address the problems, and we get to the issue says, rather than one building, we're going to have two buildings. It's the same amount of desks we're going to have in, whether it's a big building or two wee buildings. It's just going to be the same carbon footprint, because you're going to the same office space. It's another
John,
red
sorry,
herring.
could you wind up, sir? We're trying to keep the 4 minute. You're on to 5 now. Thank you.
Aye, no problem. Before I rattle on too much more, I'll just leave it at that, Provost. I know you've got that good watch on again, Kim. I mean,
Thank you for your input, sir. It's Councillor Binney, I think, had her hand up next. Councillor Binney. You're mute, Councillor Binney.
Sorry.
Fine.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
That's lovely, thank you. Firstly, I want to say thank you to Douglas Stuff and his team for a very comprehensive report that has taken many hours and resources to prepare these recommendations for a suitable town centre site that will meet the needs of the people of Falkirk and beyond, allowing us to move forward in these challenging, adapting times. Many reasons for moving at pace. There is a real sense of urgency, and now is not the time to stall. All our communities, that is the local business, residents of Falkirk Council area, and potential partners that's looking on today, really expect us to kickstart our local economy now. Invest in our place. It's got to be a distinctive place to work and live. We want an inclusive Falkirk that will welcome all our communities and visitors who want to return, knowing how attractive our place will be. We will build confidence and honour commitment for others to follow. Our tested belief in regeneration of a town centre, coupled with its excellent transport links, providing a UHQ NAP centre in the heart of our town, is not only eco-friendly, but will aid our net zero target commitments. It will also be flexible in design for space, built with sustainable materials, reflecting our world now, and known climate change with its accelerating furiously. Unless we do take responsible steps now, look at all aspects of building design and place in order to stabilise this change. Remove the poor energy efficient buildings we have at the moment. We all have a responsibility to act for our communities, make decisions that will stop any decline in our town centres. We must listen to our communities. The importance of an arts centre cannot be understated. It's our blood, our culture, and lifts the spirit of our people. We are repurposing our buildings. We have to think clever. Given our community's value for money, it's their money, adapting to a digital culture. We no longer want big buildings, monolithic in structure, soaking up energy, more costly to maintain. We need buildings that work for everybody. We have this opportunity now. We've already decided, so we are making this investment for our people. Having this in the chance that will not only increase the footfall, eating in local cafes, shopping, hairdressers and beauticians, we will be supporting our local business. Our local business, that is our friends and neighbours, and encourage potential partners from afar to invest, whether in residential or new business. I have every confidence in this recommendation, as I value the expertise and technical insight from our officers. I appreciate their time spent over many years putting forward reports, and during these times, it is important now that we act.
Okay. Thank you very much for your input, Councillor. We've got Councillor Bowes.
Thank you, Provost. If you don't mind, I'm going to start with a question, but I want to come in after that to continue beyond that, if that's okay.
Yeah, who's the question to?
It's going to be to Douglas and Leslie, really to both of them.
Fine.
So looking at the project, and I'm trying not to wander too much on it, but looking at the project, which is being recommended to us, it's put in here at £38,900,000 as a value of project. On the amendment talks about buying the Coburn Street and High Street site, which I do welcome. The acceptance that there's got to be something on the High Street site. But it then adds to build another building in the current municipal buildings site. My question to Douglas and Leslie, and I'm sure it's not an easy one to answer. But in my own experience, I can't see how building, because if you're going to build that whole site and build something in there and put the two parts in and have the building down at municipal building site, that's going to be cheaper than 38,900,000. I can only see that being significantly more expensive. And that's what concerns me here. Can you advise me if that's going to be the case?
Douglas or Laura, thank you.
You, Provost, I think it has arisen in a number of instances over the course of today, just that question of what the added cost might be for the provision of two buildings. I think our expectation is very much that there would be added costs, but we don't know just what the extent of that would be. It would be down to the design and makeup of each of those buildings. And I said earlier that you would likely have additional reception facilities, welfare facilities, so toilets, some cafe or tea prep availability, and also the parking requirement. I think there would need to be a dedicated parking requirement for the office building at municipal buildings, the site, if that were to proceed. And therefore, we would rather really do more work in order to confirm what the costs would be were we to be looking at both sites before coming up with anything conclusive as to what the added cost would amount to.
Thank you.
Thanks, Douglas. I take it then by that you're saying that at the moment you couldn't say that you could make it work within the 38,900,000.
I think we would expect that it would be beyond that. Obviously, the other thing I should have mentioned is you would have to attend to the running costs, which would be a factor there as well. I don't know, Leslie, if you want to add anything there.
Yeah, I mean, we looked previously at previous iterations about decoupling them, and our recommendation was to bring it together because it did give the space efficiencies. So we'd need to look at it again. As I say, we'd gone for the space efficiencies and bringing it to one building to go back, but it won't be 38.9. It'll be more.
Thank you for that to both of you. It was just to confirm that to me, because there's been a lot, as Douglas said, there's been a lot of conversations going all over the place. Because obviously what you've got is the cost of the amendment, the revenues lost on the municipal building site. What worries me more is the impact then on the high street, because you've got a revenue impact, and if you move the daytime, what's going to be the highest part of the daytime side, which is going to be the office side, then you're reducing the overall spend capacity onto the high street. If we're going to do a regeneration project, we need to do a regeneration project that's not just for the nighttime economy. It's got to be significant for the daytime economy as well. I appreciate that the amendment that's come in is a bit of a 1 minute to midnight amendment. It's come in exceptionally late. I'm really worried that the thought of affordability is dropping off, and I'll try not to go through the history. I know there was a lot of history spoke about earlier on. My history will go back to the 18th of February 2020, when we actually looked at the weighting of the project, where it was bidder approach 10%, scheme concept 15%, deliverability 20%, site location and regeneration and economic benefits 20%, cost affordability 15%, and environmental sustainability 20%. It's all in there. There was an amendment by the Labour group. I think it was Councillor Coombs, seconded by Councillor Bissett. And the main differences in that was they wanted to double the affordability to 30%. Sustainability was 20, deliverability was down by 5, regeneration was down by 5%, the concept was down by 5%, and the approach was the same at 10%. So there seems, what's concerned me is, in what I've heard so far, we're not actually looking at the affordability side seems to be going lower. Here, my worry is, or it might not be a worry actually, if you are saying that you are quite happy to spend as much as you like on it, then I'm sure that would be interesting. But at the moment we have a £45 million cap, which has been there for just about everything that I've looked at. I'm really worried that we're moving to something here that's going to cost us more. It'll cost us more to build. It'll cost us more in money that we'll lose through receipts from the municipal building site, and it will cost us more because we'll get a less revenue spend, we'll get a less retail spend on the high street, which is the thing that is going to protect the jobs of the people of Stenhousemuir who I represent. And there'll be people there that work in there and they want their jobs to be safe. That's what worries me. That's why I'm, like this, the leader has already said, and as you can tell, I'm getting quite passionate about this. I think it's the right thing for us to do. I think going through an exercise to tell us that we're going to spend more money just to split the projects, I don't know that that's going to be taken well either by council or by the public, that we're going to go and spend more money just to get an office. I appreciate everybody will have different views, but I strongly support what the Leader of Council has said when she returned.
Okay, sir, thank you very much for your input. We now have Councillor Murtagh. Thank you, Councillor Murtagh.
Sorry, Provost, my screen has frozen there. I thought that one of the Labour members had their hand up as well as you were trying to balance it, but I'm happy to come in if I'm wrong. I think it was Councillor Blackwood potentially. I don't want to skip the queue if that's the case.
No, you're fine, because I hadn't taken Councillor Blackwood's notice. It's your good self. Thank you.
Thanks, Provost. So I know there's been an awful lot of debate about the economic impact, and I think obviously that's crucially important, and the case about the positive impact of having that one site on the in the town centre. I want to focus primarily on the environmental impact, and I think, as we all know, we have ourselves as a council declared a climate emergency, and internationally and nationally we have a climate emergency. We've set our own targets as a council to 2030 to achieve net zero, and nationally we also have a responsibility to feed into the 2045 Scotland target. And I think what puzzles me is that in order to do that, every single decision that we take has to reflect those priorities. And that's true of the smaller ones, but it's particularly true of the larger ones. And many of us have now gone through the carbon literacy training, and we do that on a cross-party basis, because we understand that this is a joint collective responsibility for everybody, and there's no party politics involved in our obligation to deal with that. So I think that whilst we know we are considering what's best for our communities, for our economy in the short term, we have to take those opportunities when they're presented, and there's no bigger decision than this. I'm just looking back at some of the notes from the climate training, and we know that sometimes there can be conflict between what's best for our communities and what's best for our environment, but in this case there absolutely isn't. I mean, the idea that having two buildings, both in terms of long-term running costs from a climate perspective, and the construction of them and the amount of concrete and steel, those aspects, as they were, that's the reason that what was outlined in our carbon literacy training and in our tests and in our asks to have commitment was that buildings was the #1 top thing that elected members could take decisions on meaningfully from an impact in order to have an input into the carbon reduction across the estate. And it's 40% of Falkirk Council's direct emissions come from building, heating and lighting. And that was in 2018-19 around 20,000 tonnes of carbon dioxide. These are really significant. We've heard year after year through the SPR that we must get a grip on our estate, and we've all agreed to that principle of reducing it. So at the last minute to hear that we're going to create, where we've got the opportunity for one building, we're going to split that into two. There's absolutely no doubt in my mind that can ever have a positive impact on our carbon footprint. And I can't understand why it's being pursued. But the other thing nationally that we've been told, and we've told us in our training, is that yes, absolutely, transport emissions is the #1 impact that we have, and we've seen how during the pandemic, transport can greatly vary in terms of people travelling to work. So it's also crucial, Councillor McCluckie was saying, well, we do things and then, we have an idea about what we want people to do. People will not change unless you make an imperative for them to do so. This project presents not just an opportunity, but an imperative to create a green travel plan, not just for working environment, but for the whole district. And if we go to two-site solution, where we have the same kind of concept of providing on site what we already have, nothing will change. We know that single occupancy car journeys are a massive, massive burden. They're the biggest single burden in terms of transport. And if we are going to continue to go down that line, we are not going to just not make progress in our climate targets. We're going to go backwards. So I think it's clear, we know through what we've agreed in our climate charges, we need to make changes drastically on many levels, and coronavirus has shown us that when we believe in that imperative, we can change. And what we need to do is use that to go forward, and not just deal with the situations where it's the changing mode of purchasing of goods, an online shop, and we can do nothing about those things. But the things that we can do things about are right before us. And I just
apologies, Councillor Murphy, you're on 5 minutes now. Thank you.
So, I think as well, when we're talking about reducing the capacity of the site of the municipal buildings, it's not just about the capital receipt and the ability of that. It's about what that represents to have green, affordable, new build housing that also stimulates an economy, but all in the high street, but also will be about changing the whole dynamic. And I can't let, I'm afraid, Provost, go without saying that we're not looking, it's not about what our forefathers agreed in the 1950s, and it's not about what was looked at in the 1980s. It's about looking forward. We cannot be looking back. Showing leadership, I agree with, but this isn't showing leadership, and it's a betrayal of what we have agreed in our climate targets, and we have to make sure we don't make those mistakes. We have to act now.
Okay, thanks very much for your input. Sorry, I've got to keep interjecting, but when it comes to the 5 minutes, we're allowed 4 minutes, and there's so many people want to speak. Thank you.
If I say I want to speak, I'll join the queue, but I want to speak.
Okay, Councillor Flynn.
Oh, thank you, Provost. Thank you very much. I'll try and be as concise as I possibly can because there's so many different aspects I want to talk about. The first thing, just really quickly mention, is that we were all sold very, very quickly away 3 years ago about moving and buying into Abbotsford House. At the same time, Calendar Rigs came up for sale for just fractionally more than Abbotsford House costs, and it wasn't even given a blink of an eye. It went for just over £1 million. So if it was so important to get a new HQ, well, why did we miss the boat then? Secondly, it's quite interesting. It's when, as a town centre, not a town centre, well, quite frankly, it's when it suits the nationalists and suits Douglas Duff, because every map that I've ever looked at going back, quite clearly our current site is in the town centre area. In fact, it's closer to the town centre than the railway station And if you look at the bus station, the original bus station, it's just as far from the Howgate and probably fractionally nearer. It's only 5 minutes from the start of the town there. Now, looking at the different aspects there, the DWP are moving into the British Home Stores. Now, there's going to be a lot of workers there. Why didn't Margaret Foy mention that positive impact, immediately? It's going to be 5 or 6 years with the plan that's proposed before there's any impact and staff buying there. And quite frankly, I'll say this quite clearly, because all this talk about retailers and shopkeepers knowing who isn't coming or is coming from your municipal buildings is quite hearsay. Do I honestly believe that all the shops in the High Street, Lintriggs, all the other streets, Glebe Street and all the rest of it, recognise all the 500 employees? No, it's hearsay, because we don't know where they shop. We don't know where they go, when they go and how they go. So I don't take any cognizance of that. But what I do want to touch on, particularly important, and I'm pleased that Councillor Murtagh raised it, because one of the crucial factors is climate change. And I'm going to touch on the health aspect of that. And it's something that hasn't been touched on at all in any of the discussions. We've all been carried away with our ambitions of glorious, fancy civic centres and helping the high street and all the rest of it, which is all admirable. But pollution is a big issue. Air pollution. West Bridge Street was pre-COVID, was one of the top 10 streets in Scotland for air pollution. And I used to sell asthma drugs. And I had the sad, well, not sad, but thankfully we got a good NHS, but it was sad. I was in A&E on Sunday with my son, all day Sunday and all day Monday, and he was kept in, and he had chest problems, and he had pain in his chest. And I met a very good consultant, and that consultant says his breathing's affected by air pollution. He was an expert in air pollution, and he wasn't in Falkirk. Now, going back, and it's important to get these statistics, a number of years ago, 1,200 people a year die of asthma as a result of it. It's jumped a couple of years ago to 1,320. It's now 1,422. Significant increase. 386,000 Scots have asthma, 1 in 14, and of those, 72,000 are children. Now, if you look at the town centre and look at the traffic flow currently, COVID, it's all right, it's not too bad. But you start doing building work, you start moving a civic centre in there and have whichever way you say about green travel, and that ain't going to happen overnight. But
Sorry,
let's
Councillor
assume,
Flynn, last minute, sorry.
yeah, okay, 200 cars going to that pokey little entrance at the Howgate, and it's going to create nothing but pollution. Driving up to the top of West Bridge Street, pollution. There's nothing wrong with the current site, absolutely nothing. It's open and clear and can be adequate, Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your input and your stats. Councillor Blackwood.
Thanks, Provost. Provost, the member of the administration have spoke of our amendment creating additional costs. That's still to be proven. And if it did such harm, it'd be better spent in the town centre. It's just a pity the administration did not have the same line of thought when they proposed to bring the trust back into the house. £1 million a year we're going to spend in rates. Surely that money would have been better spent on improving leisure facilities. Thanks, Provost.
Okay, thank you. And now an opportunity, I think Councillor Kerr wanted in.
Thank you, Provost. We had a long discussion regarding the motion and the amendment. And when I says before we went in, Provost, that before into the breakout, that we might have an amendment. Our amendment was going to be, because of the financials, because of the parking, that we would move the council considers consideration of this item to September to allow further information to be provided on the financial implications of the proposal contained in the Labour amendment, and 2, parking provision for both the proposed scheme in the report and the proposal in the Labour Group amendment. I understand that people are saying we can't delay, but we've got to be careful and very visual of how we spend the public money. For the people of Falkirk Town Centre, it would be great, because the two proposals is to put the new arts centre in the town centre, the library in the town centre, and the central hub, the front face offices. That doesn't do nothing for my people in Upper Braes. I understand this is about Falkirk Town Centre. I understand that this is a proposal being put forward. I wish that everybody could come to the same decision, but unfortunately that's not going to happen. And I'm sure that if it does come to a vote, or when it does come to a vote, that people, when they make their decision, will do it for the right decision on their for the constituents. And it's been said before, Provost, it is a massive decision for the 30 elected members that's here, and the consequences that will be in the years to come. And I understand that. I just wished there was more clarity on the financials of all the proposals come forward. Thank you, Provost.
Provost, mind that on the list somewhere, will you?
Who's that? I can't hear.
Dennis Jimenez.
I think you've spoke. I've checked you out. I think you've already spoken, sir.
No, I haven't.
Well,
no, I haven't spoken since the recess.
I will back up on this. He's not spoken.
But hold on a second, just to get this clarified. And there's nobody singling you out here. But the fact of the matter is that, in clarification, you seconded the amendment to Councillor Bissett. Am I right in saying that?
Yes, I did.
Now, according to the legal ruling, then you had an opportunity then.
Never argue with a lawyer. Could I ask 2 questions in, Provost?
No, yeah, I'll come back to you because there are people waiting first.
Fine.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for your patience. Okay, then it's an opportunity now for Councillor Reid, Councillor Gardner, and Councillor Harris, and then we'll come back to your questions, sir. Okay, Councillor Reid.
Okay, thank you, Provost. I think it became to try and be as positive as possible. I think we did come a long way forward today. The Labour Group has certainly done that compared to its previous decision. And it seems to me as though we're not that far off. And because we are going to get a further report in September, would it not be possible for their motion to be changed or amendment to be changed to say that also in that report in September would be a report as exact as possible, and whether our proposal was more expensive than the envelope and was less climate change orientated than we want, because some of the information I've got this morning is not entirely supported by facts, and it seems to me that there may be a compromise there, that the further report in September said yes, the splitting the sites is more expensive, and here's why. Yes, splitting the sites is less environmentally friendly, and here's why. Some of the questions, the answers to the questions this morning have been indefinite, largely because of the lack of time that officers have been given. Would that not be an answer? We're going to wait till September anyway, so why not? I mean, I haven't spoken to our own group about it, But I just think we have tried to collaborate, and I think a gesture from the other side, for want of a better word, would be appreciated as well. And just a thought.
Thanks for that, Councillor Reid. And I think at the moment, obviously, as you said, you hadn't had an opportunity to talk to your own members in this, but we'll just carry on just now with members that want to come in, and then we can maybe come back to that situation before we finalise. So it's Councillor Gardner, then Councillor Harris. Thank you, Councillor Gardner, and Councillor Mc.
Thank you, Provost. I'm a wee bit confused here now, and it's not for the first time I've been a wee bit confused with what people are supporting and what they're not supporting, and what they're talking to and what they're not talking to. But I believe Councillor Kerr did come in with a further amendment there, I think. Whether it was the right time to come in with that, I'm not sure. But I don't know if you picked up on that, but that's maybe for later on. I could go on about the financial costs, and Pat did mention that there's some debate around the financial costs and what would be the cheapest and what would be the dearest, and in relation to the carbon footprint. I know for certain what the report's going to come back and say, and I think most people here do know that as well. But I'm not going to dwell on that, because a lot of my colleagues and members here have spoke well about the subject, and they've also spoke well about the climate change, carbon footprint, strategic properties came into that. So I'm not going to dwell on that either. But earlier on, Councillor Munro mentioned the communities, and they should have a say in the matter, and public opinion. And public opinion is extremely important. And whether Labour meant it, the press release, to go out to the Falkirk Herald or not, to be some form of public consultation, but it certainly turned into that. And if I can just give you a couple of them. It has to be just one site, regenerating the town centre, which we all agree about. There is absolutely no need for 2 new buildings. There won't be the staff to fill it, as the majority will continue to work a portion of their week at home, and the majority of staff meetings will continue to be online. Developing 2 sites would be a huge waste of money. This isn't my words. Has Labour finally lost the plot? So instead of 1 building, they go for 2. Utterly baffling, and let's hope the Conservatives don't support this ludicrous idea. If they do, they have lost my vote. These are comments, and I could go on and on. These are comments in the Falkirk Herald in relation to the Labour's amendment. As a local business owner, just pick one more out. As a local business owner, I feel this just stinks of putting politics over actual people and their livelihoods. Independent businesses in Falkirk Town Centre worked hard against the headwinds the past few years, and a new headquarter in the town centre would be a huge welcome vote of confidence, which would spur further investment here. The idea of splitting it out into 2 units ends up pleasing no one, depending on office size. This could cost an extra, they've mentioned the figure, £20 million, and who might argue with that? Typical Labour, this proposal should be rejected immediately.
Councillor Gardner, Councillor Gardner, wait a minute, excuse me, wait a minute, Councillor Gardner, could I just say at this stage that you're giving us information here that you're saying you're taking for the
Falkirk
Herald. Well, we haven't got that, so it's unfortunate.
I'm sure you'll take my word for it.
Right, okay, carry on. You've got another 2 minutes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, that's fine. I won't even use that up, Provost.
Thank you.
Provost, Labour talk about consulting and engaging with communities. Well, as I say through their press statement, they've already achieved that. I really hope the Conservative group will now see this for what it is, not a cunning plan, but yet another delaying tactic. And if some have said maybe just trying to play at politics. Thank you, Provost. I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you for your input. It's Councillor McHugh, and I think it's Councillor Hughes, and we're not forgetting about the questions for Councillor Goldie. Okay, Councillor McHugh, thank you.
Provost,
Provost, I believe I was next.
Yes, apologies for that. Apologies for that. If you don't mind, we'll take Councillor McHugh first. Sorry, sir.
I'm happy to stand aside for anybody that wants to go before me.
I'll let Adana stand as long as I don't get missed out.
Right, fine. Thank you, sir.
Don't you worry, Nigel. Thanks, Provost, and thank you, Councillor Harris. I really wanted to focus on the fact that, yes, we're talking about our town centre, and yes, we're talking about the regeneration of our town centre. But unlike some other councillors, I see this as valuable in my ward. My ward doesn't have a town centre. My ward goes to Falkirk Town Centre. The Upper Braes will head down to Falkirk Town Centre. The people that are employed in the town centre come from all over Falkirk district and beyond. So to say that it's just about the town centre and the regeneration of businesses within the town centre, we know that isn't the case. The new arts centre will draw in people from all over the Central Belt and beyond, hopefully, and will bring economy to our town and to our council. So that in itself shows that it's not just about the town centre, it's about bringing life back into our town. And Falkirk High Street has always been the pinnacle of the whole of Falkirk district. We've got a historical church right smack in the middle of our town, and it is upon us to encourage and to hopefully regenerate this whole area. It is our responsibility, and it is our responsibility to make it invitable for other businesses to come in. Some of the comments said earlier about how it's not a responsibility to make sure a business is viable. Well, it is a responsibility to make sure that our area is invitable so businesses can come and be viable, or we will become a ghost town. That's already been mentioned. But I welcome the fact that if we can get a fantastic new arts centre that reduces our carbon footprint right in the middle of town. Our town centre, our town hall at the minute is used by schools right across our district. Our children from the top of the Braes to right out to the end in Denny and beyond all come to the town centre, all come to our town hall at the minute, and they will continue to come to our town hall. These children need a focal point where they can come with their parents and their families to show their abilities and to show their talents, and that's crucial. Again, our children are the future. Our children are the ones that will bring vitality back into our town, and it's important that we provide a decent place for them to come, and I believe that that is what is proposed in our motion today. Thanks, Provost.
Thank you very much for your input. Councillor Harris, but could I say this at the very beginning? It's really difficult for us here in this room that we're in to try and sometimes miss people out. And I do apologise because sometimes because of the technology, everybody's face disappears and all we see is blank. So if anybody gets missed out, we do apologise, but it's your good turn now, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost, and no need to apologise. You did include me in your list, but you must have stroked it off before I got a chance to speak. I won't take that as a deliberate act. As we've heard, the most important decision that this council's made or will make in 50 years. And unfortunately, whilst that we have a host of information about the principal proposal, I think that even there are some aspects of that I think require further clarification that we're not going to get today and might have to wait until another date. Somebody talked about delaying things. I don't believe in delaying things for the sake of it, but sometimes if there's a good reason, it is a momentous decision. We've got the administration proposal, which seems to tick all the boxes, and it's come within the financial envelope. But as I said, there's still some queries around that in terms of giving it full support. The counter motion, as it stands at the moment, I don't believe I could support it for a number of reasons. One, it again revisits the principle of decoupling the two buildings, which was a principle which back in August last year we decided against when we went for the one building. But I think the major difficulty I would have in supporting the Labour amendment as it stands is that it lacks any substance as to exactly what it is we're looking for. Now, at least with the Arts Centre stroke municipal buildings on the High Street, Coburn Street or wherever else, we have an idea of what we're looking for, the number of desks, the number of people who are going to be working there. etc., etc., etc. But more importantly, we have no costs. So how you could expect any right-minded person to make a decision on the most important decision in 50 years on the basis of an amendment which actually has no information in terms of how much it is going to cost in terms of money, carbon footprint, etc., etc., etc. But there is a body of opinion that's supporting that. And I think, as my colleague, Councillor Kerr, alluded to, if there was some mechanism by which we could continue this debate, having garnered further information, because as it stands at the moment, if the Labour amendment is successful, then that clearly knocks the primary proposal out of the question. And I think basically what I'm saying is that what I would like to see in continuing this process is to see the two side by side in order to make a fair comparison between the two. It's a very, very difficult decision to take. And as has been said, nothing is ever perfect, and sometimes you have to accept the very next best thing. So that's my kind of view. I don't know whether there is a mechanism for doing that.
Okay, sir. Thank you for your input. Now we're going to Councillor Hughes, but just to let you know that I promised that I would go back to Councillor Reid in relation to his thoughts, which should be paramount in this issue. Okay, it's Councillor Hughes.
Thank you, Provost. Today, we are faced with two visions of the future. Labour's vision, in my opinion, is a backward donut approach rooted in the past, which epitomises the silo effect by invigorating social atomization, fragmentation, and reducing a sense of belonging. The other vision, the people's vision, is one of regeneration through culture. Falkirk is steeped in history, heritage, and the arts. We have entrepreneurial business enterprise situated around the centre of Falkirk. We also have places of historical importance, which are tourist landmarks. The HQ and Arts Centre is a catalyst for change. Bricks and mortar alone doesn't create transformational change. However, bringing together different interest groups, whether that be civic society, business, the arts community, and the public, working shoulder to shoulder in common purpose, the regeneration of Falkirk Town Centre. This will accelerate change and investment. The HQ and Arts Centre will create the conditions necessary to sustain, regenerate and renew the arts in Falkirk for years to come. The business community will thrive amidst the challenge of opportunities. The town centre will in turn become a catalyst for civic identity and public sociability. We have the ability to create 3 building blocks of new integrated policies, which will have as its focus economic outcomes, social outcomes, environmental outcomes, leading, in my opinion, to the rediscovery of our town. What I am looking forward to is a melting pot of enterprise. Edinburgh was the Athens of the North. What could Falkirk become? Thank you, Provost.
Thank you very much for your input, Councillor. It's an opportunity now for Councillor Munro. Thank you, Councillor Munro. You're on mute, Councillor Munro.
Sorry, this is a complex issue. It's a very costly issue, and we have a dilemma in that the retail park actually is the complete package. It has shops, it has entertainment, it has cafes and restaurants, and it has free parking. So most of our community go there to shop first. The high street has a multiple of challenges, and no one building is going to resolve those issues. But it does have a very wide pavement, and it does have public open space, and it's already repurposing itself. 40 new shops have arrived in the last year during COVID. The M&S is now under offer and is going to be repurposed. We need to think about what it is that really matters here, and the accessibility is a challenge. The many small things that the high street needs. For instance, if we offered the bid better funding for events and things, that it could help the town centre very, very quickly. But I think the issue we're dealing with is such a huge one that we don't have enough facts. We haven't put it before communities, and I think we should be looking at taking the options that are before us to our communities so they can understand the challenges, since it's already in the public domain, and listening to their views, because after all, it's their money, and they will determine overall between them what they want, because the needs of different sectors of the community are very different, and it would be very presumptuous of us to determine this, given that there are so many facts on finance missing, without having consulted them. And I would urge members of the administration to think about the suggestion that we defer this and we consult with our communities, whom after all we serve. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your input. We're going to go back at this stage. We're going to go back to Councillor Goldie had 2 questions to ask. Then we're going to go back to Councillor Kerr just to clarify his situation. Then we'll go back to Councillor Reid.
Councillor Patrick had his hand up, Provost.
Councillor Patrick, okay. We'll bring Councillor Patrick in right now. Councillor Patrick. Can I hear you, John? You're on mute.
Thank you, Provost. As I said in the muted form, that age indeed seems to have its privileges after all. I am concerned at the. I favour the project in the Coburn Street High Street. I have difficulties with the administration recommendations and difficult to support them. It seems to me I'm not in favour of a split site prospect. And it seems to me that there is little benefit to be gained by putting the new art centre in the middle of the high street without the whole package being provided. In fact, the whole object of the exercise has been to promote the footfall within the high street. And that while the Arts Centre may well help to encourage the evening footfall, will not in actual fact, I think, provide the outcome that's required by the daytime shop issues. I do very much agree that the financial information which we'd expect to see within the amendment is missing, and I really at this stage don't think that we have a consensus that knows exactly where we're going.
But I do find it at the moment, have to say that I find difficulty in supporting the amendment in its present form.
Okay, thank you for your input. Now, I've had a message that Councillor Bissett would like a recess. Could you maybe explain what the recess would be for Councillor Bissett?
Just to have further dialogue with the group based on the conversations that I've heard today regarding looking at the proposals and the continuation. So I'd like to have a chat with the Labour group before we come back in, if that's okay, Robert.
Well, just clarify the situation with Mr. Moody. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, can you maybe clarify maybe how long you would want, Councillor Bissett, because we're now at 17:24, 24 minutes past 5, and we've still got a number of people to speak on this issue. So can you maybe clarify? It's also an opportunity then maybe for Councillor Reid, who I was going back to have a word with you as well on his thoughts on the matter. So I think it would be beneficial.
Yeah.
So how long?
About 10 minutes, Provost.
10 minutes. Quite happy with that. Okay, so we'll have a 10-minute recess. Okay then, Councillor Bissett, generally, although I'm unaware, hopefully there's been maybe a resolve to this situation, and we'll go straight to Councillor Bissett, who asked for the recess, just to tell us what's came out of the recess, sir. Councillor Bissett?
Thanks, Convener. We've changed our amendment to try and accommodate the conversations went on around the costs. So we submitted our amendment to the group leaders for consideration, and I'll see if I can find it. I'll read it out. So the top part, it says, the Labour amendment, Council is asked to agree, 1, to pursue delivery of its HQ and Arts Centre project through provision of either option A, its HQ offices at the municipal building site Falkirk, and an Arts and Civic Centre library and advice hub on the site of the High Street, Coburn Street site. To the entrance to the Arts Centre will be directly across from the parish church. Or option B, the provision of an HQ Arts Centre together on the High Street, Coburn Street site as set out on report, and to instruct the Acting Director of Development Services to prepare design options and establish costs for delivery of these projects and report these to the Council September meeting. And point 7 was changed a bit, that a report summarising the outcomes of the above actions be prepared for the Council at its meeting in September, allowing the Council to reach a final decision on which option is pursued when full financial information is available to it. So I've met with the other two group, the leader of the Council and Councillor Kerr, leader of the Conservatives, for their consideration. So I'd be interested to hear what they've got to say. Thank you.
Are you formally withdrawing your original amendment and moving this amendment?
Yes, that's correct, Provost.
Well, hold on a second, I'm just getting clarification here.
I think formally, Provost, that it's not a huge difference, but I think what Councillor Bissett is doing is changing the text of his original amendment.
Okay, and have you got consent from the seconder, your seconder, Councillor Goldie, I think seconded the amendment. Councillor Goldie? Councillor Goldie?
Don't see him.
We need your seconder to agree to withdraw the original amendment. Is that correct, Mr. Moody?
It's not to withdraw the original amendment, it's to alter the text of the original.
Okay.
Provost, I believe Councillor Goldie is no longer in the meeting. He had a prior engagement that he couldn't get out of.
Okay, then we'll seek legal clarification on this then, Mr. Moody.
Provost, I don't know if if Councillor Bissett is able to say whether he was able to discuss this with Councillor Goldie out with this meeting.
Yes, it was discussed within the Labour group and it was agreed.
I think, Provost, if Councillor Bissett is saying that Councillor Goldie was happy with that in the context of Labour and agreed to it in the Labour group discussion, then that's sufficient for the purpose of the meeting.
Okay, so are we going to share this on the screen for everybody? Okay. Okay, that's the email been sent to everybody. I'm going to go straight back to Councillor Meikle-John in relation to the changes in the text, just to give our thoughts for the administration side. Thank you, Councillor Meikle-John.
Okay, thank you, Provost, and thanks for your indulgence to give us a bit of time to again to reconvene as a group to look at discussing this amendment again. However, having heard what we've heard today, particularly from the town centre from Margaret Foy, and indeed within the report, everything indicates that a single site is still the one that's going to give the best option, the best bang for our buck, and the best opportunity to actually have that regeneration project. Therefore, we don't feel that we can support the amendment in that respect. I appreciate it means that it's coming back. However, I think it doesn't send out a good message to our business community that even considering a decoupling of the project, and therefore we will still continue to support the motion.
Thank you. Before we go to the vote, and I'll come back to you again, Councillor Meikle-John, I'm going to go to Councillor Kerr, who was party to the discussions with his group, just for any comments from his good self. Councillor Kerr.
Thanks, Provost. Like Councillor Goldie, I had to leave, but I'm on my phone, so I'm still taking part in the discussion and the vote. That's fine, Provost. That's
Okay.
We can go to the vote.
Okay, fine, thank you. It's an opportunity to come back to yourself, Councillor Meikle-John, to wind up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Provost. And this has been a very long debate. There's been a lot said, so I will try and keep this very brief. As I said, bringing this back in September doesn't really give a clear message or indeed confidence to the business community about the commitment to actually the regeneration aspect. We know that 2 buildings will be more costly than 1, and all we're looking at is about the magnitude, and that's what we're looking to come back to, the magnitude of that cost. We know it's going to cost more. There'll be more on costs related to the various running of the building, and some of the arguments we've heard today just don't stack up, and I really do have to question some of our members' commitment to delivering on climate change. going forward with some of the things that have been said today. If we don't take the leadership in that and make the change that's needed, then how can we expect our communities to do that? And I think that's something that is quite clear. This is public money that we're spending, and people are making it very clear that they're very concerned about that. Therefore, having heard the evidence today, I find it really difficult that we're even at this point of considering an alternative. We know it's not going to give the economic benefits to the town centre. It is not going to create that placemaking that we've talked about and everybody's very committed to, and create that culture and create a real heart in our town centre, because it's going to be very limited and very diluted. The fortunes of Falkirk Town Centre touch every part of our community. People from all over the district work within Falkirk Town Centre, and as a result, it's the jobs, particularly those at the lower end of the pay bracket, that we're putting in danger the longer that we delay on this, and the lack of confidence to the business. And I think the fact that we can't come together for the greater good, and having listened to all the professional advice that's there. And in fact, I was reflecting on some of the things that have been said today, and there's been a huge amount of information and a massive amount of detail, and perhaps we've got too much and therefore we can't see the wood for the trees. And that's just a reflection on where we are, and that we're maybe going down some blind alleys when we need to be actually taking that big strategic decision to move forward. I do appreciate that, you know, Brian trying to balance everybody's concerns, and Pat and Robert and James subsequently trying to bring everyone together. And my fear is that we'll come back in September and we'll still end up having exactly the same debate without an outcome, and because the answers that are given are still not going to be what some people want to hear. And we're not doing the best for our communities in that respect. So I appreciate we are where we are, and people will come from fixed positions, but I would really urge people to think very seriously about the outcome that we've got today, and whether we actually are doing the best, particularly as part of a recovery plan. I'm pleased that it allows aspects to move forward, particularly around the CEO and potential acquisition, because that means that we have made a step forward. It's just not a big enough one, as far as I'm concerned, it is to be able to give that commitment to Falkirk Provost. So I will leave it there and allow you to go to the vote.
Okay.
Thank you very much for that. We'll now go to the vote. Mr. Moody.
Provost.
Yes, Councillor Alexander.
If you recall, I seconded the motion.
Yes.
And asked to come in later.
Well, I'm sorry, Councillor Alexander, it's too late. We've already had the wind up, and we went back to the leader of the council. I apologise for that. Okay, Mr. Moody.
Yes, thank you, Provost. And the motion is moved by Councillor Meiklejohn and seconded by Councillor Alexander, and is as set out in paragraph 2 of the report before you, against which there is an amendment made by Councillor Bissett and seconded by Councillor Goldie, which has been adjusted during the course of the debate, and the adjusted version has been circulated. Provost Buchanan.
Amendment.
Deputy Provost Ritchie.
Motion.
Councillor Aitchison. Councillor Alexander.
Clarification of a legal point, please. Yeah, I was stuck with the software trying to get in, and as a consequence, may well have lost the right to speak. I mean, so therefore, what I would like to know is did anyone else have that problem, and was it a case of the precedent being set here?
Mr. Moody.
Provost, I think it's fair to say that more than one person has had difficulty coming in and out of the call during the course of the day. But the fundamental fact, I think, that you were reacting to, where you indicated to Councillor Alexander that he was too late, was that the summing up had been given in the debate, and you had called for the vote. And that ordinarily is the end of the debate and beyond the opportunity for individual members to contribute.
What would have happened if I had not been able to get into the stage?
I think the other point to have in mind, Provost, is we are in the middle of the vote, and in terms of the standing orders, we ought to proceed to the end of the vote.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Alexander.
The motion.
Councillor Balfour.
For the motion.
Councillor Binney.
Motion, please.
Councillor Bissett.
Amendment.
Councillor Black.
Amendment.
Councillor Blackwood.
Amendment.
Councillor Bowes.
Motion.
Councillor Coleman.
The motion.
Councillor Colley.
Motion.
Councillor Coombs. Councillor Coombs is on the call. I'm sorry, I just can't quite hear what she's saying.
Amendment.
Amendment.
Thank you.
Councillor Flynn.
Amendment.
Councillor Garner.
For the motion.
Councillor Goldie, I believe, has left the call. Councillor Grant.
Amendment.
Councillor Harris.
The amendment.
Councillor Hughes.
The motion.
Councillor Kerr.
Amendment.
Councillor McHugh.
For the motion.
Councillor McCluckie.
Amendment.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
For the motion.
Councillor Monroe.
Amendment.
Councillor Murtagh.
For the motion.
Councillor Nicholl.
The amendment.
Councillor Nimmo.
Amendment.
Councillor Patrick.
Amendment.
Councillor Reid.
Amendment.
And Councillor Spears.
Motion.
Provost, there were 13 votes for the motion, there were 16 votes for the amendment, and the amendment is carried.
Okay, thank you very much. Now I'm coming to everybody in relation to this issue. It's at 6:48. I'm going to ask right away whether members are willing to go forward, but we would need a long comfort break, or as members wanting to come back tomorrow and conclude the meeting, because we've still got an awful lot of work in front of us. So it's a decision that gets taken by the council. It doesn't get taken by me. But the fact is that we reconvened at 2 o'clock, and it's now what, 10 to 7. So I'm in your hands, Councillor Nimmo.
Provost, I believe there's other diaried meetings tomorrow, and I'm not sure whether or not they would clash with what you're actually proposing.
Well, we'll have a pensions meeting tomorrow in the morning at 10 o'clock. Nobody knows how long it's going to last, but the fact is that looking at times, we're thinking maybe coming back tomorrow afternoon, say 2 o'clock. But I'm in your hands. You've got to take the decision.
I can't come tomorrow.
Councillor Colley.
My view would be to restart tomorrow fresh. I think everybody is quite worn out now, to be honest, and I think we would be able to scrutinise far better if having had a rest.
Thank you very much for that.
How about Friday, Provost?
Pardon?
How about Friday? Because a lot of people seem to have meetings tomorrow, including myself. So how about Friday?
Well, we'll maybe go to other members. Myself, personally, I won't be here on Friday. But other members,
It's Provost, it's COSLA leaders on Friday, and that would probably involve certainly myself and the Chief Executive at that meeting.
Provost, if I could also add that I think there's a meeting of the Valuation Joint Board on Friday as well.
Maybe we should just keep going after a break. I mean, it's not the first time I've had to do this, let's face it.
well, we haven't got a consensus in this. If we were going to have a break, then we would need about an hour. There's a number of members and officers in the buildings. We're not available to make any refreshments of that. We would have to go outside the area. But I would like a general consensus. Mr. Moody, would we have to go to vote on this?
Well, I think, Provost, you were optimistic that there would be a consensus on it. I think initially the consensus was it was better to reconvene tomorrow. The time suggested is 2 o'clock, and perhaps the thing to do is ask our members agreed on that.
Okay, then you're
Agreed.
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 Agreed for me as well.
Agreed.
In which case, perhaps, Colin, there's a briefing on the Falkirk plan tomorrow afternoon that could be rearranged. It's probably one of the easiest ones to try and rearrange and move.
Well, I'm sure Mr. Duff's on the call, so no doubt he'll be able to do that.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, not the local development plan, the other plan.
No, yes.
Mr. Ritchie is on the call. All bases are covered.
Okay, so have we agreed then 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon?
Agreed.
Okay, and thank you very much for your consideration and the time you've spent today. Thanking you.
Thank you, Provost. Thanks,
Thank you.
Thanks, Provost.